Kia tātou, ka tīmata tātou hui tēnei rai. Mua atu te karakia. Kōrero mai na tāpeka kia hau no tēnei ata, no tēnei rā, ka pau te kaumātai tau, te matenga o tōna pāpao erima, tēnei rā. Tō tātou rangatira erima, te kaumātai ngā tau i tēnei rā puano, hinga mai atu tērā ki roto o tūpoko o teka, ka tokoto ia ki te puea, te marae mangere, ka tai mai ki konei ki mōtatau. Ka hei maharatanga ki ai e roto i tā tātou hui te rāne ngā karake tāpeka, ono ka mihi kau, ka mahara kau ki aia, tēnei karake e whakamahara ki tō pāpā. Me o tūpona kia tāhimi i rau ko roiho, rātou katoa tātou mātua konei, o roto te take ko erima, te kai whakatakoto i ngā kaupapa ki mua te tarai pūnara mo te paparahi. Ko ia te reo, ko ia ko rātou katoa o tātou reo o tātou mātua. Tēnei ka mihi maharake ki aia. Nō reira, aku karaki e tēnei ata, mo te tarai pūnara e noho nei, mo te kai whakawā e noho nei, ngā apiha e noho mai nei, ngā roia o te kraune e noho mai nei, koutou ngā roia o ngā kai kreme, ngā kai tono i ngā kreme ki mua i a rātou, o te tai puna tātou katoa noho mai nei. Nō reira ke ino i tātou. Ke tau te Māori o te atua ki a tātou, ke tau te atawhai o te atua ki a tātou, e te atua aroha, te atua atawhai, e te atua maraki. Ko mātou e nei au pununga e huitahi nei roto i tēnei rā. Ka tīmata kau te noho o te tarai pūnara Waitangi roto i tēnei rā. Tuku i hoa, taurangi Māori, tu aroha noa, me tau atawhai katoa runga i ngā kai kōrero roto tēnei rā. Ko ngā kōrero ka puta i konei, māo katoa mātou te whānau, i ata manaki ata. Ata tia ki te ronga ate o tēnei rā. Kia ronga kau mātou i ngā pono ka puta mai. Tēnei mātou te inu atu nei ki a koe i hoa runga tingua tāutama, tō mātou kai whakaora o hiu karaiti. Āmene. Ona himene mā tātou ka waiata kia Māori. Hei ata kia Māori. Hene i whakametia mai, he whare tangata. Hene purotu, hene ngako, hene rangi Māori he. Ko te whaia o te ao. Ia tau ki tātou katoa, te ata whaia o tō tātou ariki o hiukaraiti. Te aroha o te atua me te whiwhinga taitanga ki te wairua tapu, ake. Āmene.
Nā mihi o te ata, kia tātou katoa. Tēnā koe e te pihopa. Nau I whakatakato te ara pai I a tātou I tēnei rā. En tēnā koe e te rangatira mō kupu I tēnei ata. As you see, we are missing a member, well not missing a member, Ruakere had to leave today. He had unfortunately another matter which required his presence. So we have a mana wahine panel solely for the next 2 days. So this morning we will be hearing from our first expert witness in a moment, Dr. Ane Tione. But before we move to that, are there any matters that Council wishes to raise before we begin today's business? Ms Clark.
Ma'am, could I briefly give an appearance? Ko Ms Clark aho, kia ora tātou, kia ora tātou. We act for the Y1781 claimants, and I believe my appearance may have been recorded earlier in the week by my friend Ms Walker, but I wanted to put that in this morning as well. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms Clark. Your appearance is noted. The other thing I understand is that there was an email went out last night, did it? Yeah. An email, I think, went out last night confirming the venue details for next week. We will be sitting in Wellington next week and at the Copthorne near the waterfront. It's a venue that's been used previously by the tribunal, I think, in the Hauora inquiry. So we know it's going to do the job for us, but we're unsure at the moment in terms of the tribunal premises. But we'll be there next week, and I think that's probably all of the pānui. Anything else? All of the pānui from here. So if there's nothing further from Council. Sorry, who's got the hand up? Oh, I see. Ms. Te Whenua, you're indicating?
Tēnā koe. Tēnā koe. I just, as a matter of courtesy, wish to bring to your attention that I am scheduled to cross-examine Dr. Tione today and had hoped to be there in person. I give my apologies to the panel and to Dr. Tione, and with your leave, would like to cross-examine virtually.
Well, I guess that's why it's going to be if you're going to be cross-examining today. So I don't see any particular issue with that. I'm happy to grant leave.
Thank you, ma'am. And just one other matter, also as a matter of courtesy, my union claimants, I had shared with my claimants the live stream link so that they could view, and they'd shared with their membership. I'd had an email communication from the Assistant Registrar of the Tribunal just noting that it's a limited distribution list. I'm just seeking your guidance, ma'am, and your leave again, given that the members have a genuine interest in the proceedings, to confirm that you're comfortable with them sharing the live stream links with their membership.
Okay, let me just check that with the registrar. I'm happy to grant that leave on the basis that you've sought leave for that, but with the proviso that there be no recording of that live stream. So the link can be shared in order that they may watch it, but for that not to be recorded.
Thank you, ma'am. I will convey that to my claimants. Thank you again.
Anyone else online? All right. I think on that basis then we are ready to go with our witness, and Ms. Erwin Easthope will be, and Ms. Nafika will be leading that witness. So, tēnā koe, Ms. Erwin Easthope, kia koe.
E te kaiwhakawa e te pai kahurangi me ki, te pai mana wahine te rōpū whakamana I te tiriti o Waitangi tēnā koutou, o tērā tēnā tātou katoa. Your Honour, before I introduce Dr. Tione, just for the Tribunal's benefit in the room with us, we have off-screen, unfortunately, my co-counsel, Ms. Ngāwhika, and Senior Research Analyst, Ms. Esther McGill from the Tribunal. We just thought it would be easier for parties, given we are appearing online, for the focus to be on Dr. Tione rather than a widescreen pan. So that's the first matter, Your Honour. Dr. Tione has also prepared a reduced condensed summary of her summary to ensure that it fits within the 10 minutes allocated for the oral presentation. We will file that by lunchtime with the Tribunal. It introduces no new material, but just allows Dr. Tione to have a condensed version for her speaking notes. So we'll do that with your leave, if it's acceptable to Your Honour, by lunchtime today.
That's fine, thank you.
Ka pai. So turning to you, Dr. Tione, can you please confirm your full name to the Tribunal?
Annie Sarah Elizabeth Tione.
And you have prepared a report as lead researcher, and that report is appellation B1, that's correct?
Yes.
And the title of that report is Wahine Rangatira me te kāwanatanga, Wahine Māori access to decision-making roles in the public sector from 1990 to 2020.
Yes.
And you have prepared a summary of that report, appellation B1B, that's correct?
Yes.
And can you confirm for the Tribunal that your report remains true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Tione. I will hand it over to you to read your summary. Then there will be questions from the Tribunal and Council.
Tēnā koutou katoa ngā mihi o te ata ki a koutou. Piki ake kake ake ki ngā maunga o te whenua nei. Ko mātairangi, ko puki atua, ko ahumairangi. Ka e tere ngā awa o te takiwa tai atu ki te wanganui ātara, a ki te moana o raukawa. Nā reira tēnei au, he mokopuna o te ati awa e mihi ana ki a koutou katoa, a ki a koutou o te tai tokerau e tiaki ana I tēnei kaupapa waka ira ira. Me mihi ka tika ki a koutou te tarai punara. E rongo I tō koutou wero nui, te whakatinanahi ai ngā tini āhuatanga o mātou ngā wahine Māori. E kore ngā mihi e mimiti. Kia koutou ngā roi ai hāpai ana I ngā kōrero, ngā pūrākau, ngā wawata o ngā iwi, ngā hapu o te motu nei, tēnā koutou katoa. Kia koutou ngā roi o te krauna. Me mihi ka tika ki a koutou e whai ana I ngā āhuatanga o te kāwanatanga ki roto I ngā mātāpono o te tiriti o Waitangi. Ka mutu, ka tuku mihi ki a koutou ngā iwi, ngā hapu, ngā whānau Māori, anō hoki ki a koutou katoa ngā wahine Māori. E rere ana te aroha ki a koutou ngā wahine Māori I whakawhāriki hia I tēnei kaupapa mō tātou katoa. Nō reira, tēnā koutou. On 7th of December 2022, I was commissioned by the Waitangi Tribunal to examine wahine Māori access to decision-making roles in the public sector between 1990 and 2020. My name is Annie Tione, and I'm a senior lecturer in Te Kawa Māori School of Māori Studies at Te Herenga Waka. My research career includes being a Fulbright scholar, a delegate to the UN Conference of Parties, and the co-editor of the My Journal. Over the past 6 years, becoming a mama to 3 pepe have deepened my understanding of the importance of this kaupapa. This report was supported by 2 wahine Māori, Dr. Carrie Clifford, now the clinical lead mental health at Oratoa, and Maya Berryman-Camp, who is a PhD candidate and research assistant for the Waitangi Tribunal. As directed by the Waitangi Tribunal, our report analyses central and local government appointment, nomination and representation in various public sector roles, including a case study of Te Ohu Whakatupu and Manatū Wahine. We also discussed Wahine and Māori involvement in the Treaty of Waitangi settlement process. While the report recognises that the public expands beyond the Crown's jurisdiction, the focus is on the institutions and structures that the Crown has developed specifically to exercise its authority. Overall, this research found that the Crown has failed to ensure that Wahine Māori were consistently represented across public sector positions, and that there were few guarantees that Wahine Māori views were heard and accounted for throughout various decision-making mechanisms. There are a number of contexts which informed the findings in this report. As evident in the earlier two Kaupapa hearings, the first is that Wahine Māori have always exercised diverse forms of leadership that is grounded in our whakapapa, our experiences, our knowledges, and our tikanga. Secondly, the ongoing impact of settler colonialism, rooted in racism and patriarchy, has had a lasting impact on Wahine Māori leadership. This includes within the public sector, where various policies and legislation have systemically excluded us from participating. These enduring contexts set the tone for Wahine Māori access to decision-making across the contemporary time period covered in the report, and informed the two overarching questions that we sought to answer. Firstly, what leadership roles have Wahine Māori held in the public sector between 1990 and 2020? And secondly, has the Crown enabled Wahine Māori access to leadership in the public sector role within the same time period? The first question was posed to develop a picture of Wahine Māori leadership across the public sector, including, where possible, quantifying representation data to recognise any trends, and noticing any first instances that Wahine Māori held certain representative roles, as well as identifying any major data gaps. The second research question investigated the extent to which the Crown explicitly recognised and provided for Wahine Māori leadership through policy or legislative change. This question sought to distinguish between individual initiatives led by Wahine Māori and institutional reforms enacted by the Crown to promote and sustain leadership. Early in the research, it became evident that data specific to Wahine Māori is significantly lacking. While some data exists for Māori as a whole and for women generally, disaggregated data on Wahine Māori remains rare. This gap in data resulted in two overall findings of the report. Firstly, the Crown has not adequately recognised Wahine Māori as a distinct demographic with unique whakapapa experiences and perspectives. This lack of recognition is significant, as available anecdotal evidence indicates that Wahine Māori face systemic racism and misogyny, which in part contributes to the persistent underrepresentation in leadership roles within the public sector. A second finding concerns the Crown's reliance on a stance of neutrality. By this, I mean that oftentimes the Crown made no explicit acknowledgement of Wahine Māori, and therefore maintained a status quo that had in a number of instances produced inequities. This conclusion was drawn from both a lack of specific acknowledgement by the Crown across the public sector, coupled with the history of exclusion. In addition, within the contemporary timeframes of the report, there were numerous firsts. First for Wahine Māori to be elected in general electorates, first to be elected as mayors, first to be appointed as chief executives, and first to be appointed as regional chairs. While not to take away from the legacies of these individual wahine, being the first also illustrates the enduring power of historically exclusive structures. This exclusion was illustrated through a number of our findings. For example, since the establishment of British-informed governance in Aotearoa, there have been numerous exclusionary laws and policies impacting Wahine Māori. This contributed to the fact that up until 2020, there had only been 35 Wahine Māori elected to central government, 33 of whom were elected within the timeframe 1990 to 2020. Although the percentage of Wahine Māori members of Parliament has increased, likely from a change to a mixed member proportional system in 1996, it is notable that this has not been underpinned by explicit Crown measures to specifically address Wahine Māori historical disadvantage. Consequently, it was a conclusion of this report that there is no structural guarantee of sustained representation. Like central government, there is a long history of exclusion based on race and gender in local government. It was assumed that Wahine Māori have likely been amongst the most underrepresented group in New Zealand's local governments. A number of legislative changes contributed to an increase in Wahine Māori councillors, in particular the removal of the option of the public poll for Māori wards and constituencies in 2022, which resulted in likely the most Wahine Māori ever represented in local governments across Aotearoa. In the report, it was acknowledged that this unprecedented shift in representation was hugely significant, but that the Crown had not specifically identified Wahine Māori as a historically excluded group, so representation was not guaranteed. Wahine Māori access to representation in Crown entities, bodies and boards has been diverse, as this area of the public sector is one of the largest employers in Aotearoa. Like other areas of the report, a core finding was that there has not been consistent data collected relating to Wahine Māori representation, with the focus often being on either women or Māori generally. This was notable given that anecdotal accounts from Wahine Māori in the public sector often highlights discrimination, unequal treatment, unpaid cultural labour and pay inequities. The Ohu Whakatupu, the Māori Women's Secretariat and Manatū Wahine Ministry for Women were presented as case studies. An analysis of the time period showed that Te Ohu Whakatupu faced numerous challenges in both the ability to deliver outcomes for Wahine Māori as well as to include Wahine Māori as decision makers. Some of these challenges included a lack of operational support as well as insufficient funding to meet the needs and aspirations of Wahine Māori and their whānau. Furthermore, dependence on other agencies meant that Te Ohu Whakatupu was at times unable to respond effectively or independently to issues at hand. Finally, there has been significant concern about Wahine Māori involvement in Treaty of Waitangi settlements. In a review of 70 deeds of settlement signed, we found that only 19 had equal or greater number of Wahine Māori signatories, and 14 had none at all, including the fisheries claim, which was a catalyst for the Mana Wahine inquiry itself. We found no policy, law, or practice where the Crown acknowledged the levels of exclusion characterising Treaty of Waitangi settlements. Again, our findings relating to historical exclusion and a position of neutrality held by the Crown were seen as important factors contributing to this reality. While there have been some increases in representation, it is notable that these are often ad hoc and not supported by Crown acknowledgement or structural change that has identified Wahine Māori. To this end, while recent increases in Wahine Māori representation are noteworthy, the public sector, as the system through which the Crown's authority is managed and exercised, still seems to possess deeply embedded colonial structures and persistent patterns of discrimination that continue to impede equitable participation. Nō reira, tēnā koutou katoa.
E mihi atu ki a koe, Dr. Sione, ko Judge Reeves tēnei. We will commence, thank you for that summary. We will commence with some questions from the tribunal. And
Your Honour, my apologies, I don't mean to interrupt, but the view that we're currently seeing is the back of the tribunal's heads out to the, kapai, it's just changed. I thought I'd just alert the tribunal to that. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to start on my far right with Dr. Anderson. Thank you. Yes. Yes.
Tēnā koe. I'm Robin. I have some stickers here. It is a little bit outside the scope of your report, the strict scope of your report, but you have mentioned the history of exclusion of women from local government. And yet there was no legislative prohibition from them voting for local government. So what do you think was happening there? Have you got any thoughts on that?
I think there are various factors contributing to that. As we discuss in the report, within the systems of governance in Aotearoa, there have been certain ways that leadership has been encouraged. And so in the local government chapter, we drew on a couple of reflections on the nature of local government that suggest that the type of leadership that was encouraged and that was designed within local government was largely something around Pākehā males. And if you look at the history of who has been in council, predominantly it has been Pākehā males. And so I think a part of it is that the structure itself has not been reflective of the communities which it has sought to represent or claimed to represent.
Yes.
And that includes Wahine Māori and their whānau. So while legislative change is important and structural change is important, we can't forget the fact that these structures are set up in relation to society. And so the ways that society operates and the types of a leadership that is encouraged and seen as the way that our public sector is front-facing, I think have a definite impact on who is represented. I might point to, for example, during in Waikato, we drew on some of the quotes from Mahuta, who a Wahine Māori, who was elected through the Waikato Māori wards when they were established. But she had anecdotal evidence to say that she had stood a number of times prior to that, but because her position differed to that reflected within the local government structure, she was unable to be successful until the establishment of the Māori constituency.
Oops, you've disappeared from us.
Oh.
There we go. Thank you. And I suppose also historically it related very much to land ownership and the systems that were set up. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, of course. Yes. So the other mitigating factor, so again, while there might not have been a specific set of legislation that excluded Wahine Māori, as you say, the land ownership, the right to vote were very much tied to who owned the land, who was recognised by the Crown, which you can see in many ways was quite often Māori, and then on top of that, sort of excluding it another layer.
I'm just wondering, because it was a very complicated systems that was set up for voting in local government, and for a long time it was a nominated owner system. And do you know anything about that and how often women were nominated as owners? Or maybe I need to leave it to Dr. Wolfgram. So.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't speak to those numbers. Yeah.
Yes, that's all right. The thing is, I'm a historian, so that's where my my head goes. All right, thank you. One thing, did you look at? I'm not sure whether I missed it in your report, but did you look at the general population statistics of Māori women within the general population in the period you looked at? So when you say there were 20% Wahine Māori, how does that compare in the general population?
We didn't provide when we do talk about the percentages represented in different boards or on local council, we didn't reflect on that directly to the population at that time. We were more interested, or rather within the report we reflected in how that looked in relation to the other representatives on that board or presented within that specific ministry and so forth.
All right, well that might be something that we need to look at, because I just found it a little bit difficult sometimes to understand the significance necessarily of the proportion in a particular position. Or do you think that's not especially relevant? Do you think that proportionality in terms of what's happening in the general population is an important factor when considering the things you're discussing here?
I think it's an important factor, but I think it's an important factor alongside what I suggest is more of the focus, which is around Rangatiratanga and within Te Tiriti o Waitangi, and that while numbers are important to build a picture, that actually the Te Tiriti o Waitangi relationship is not solely based on the population protections or the number of people. It's the ability to exercise rangatiratanga as reflected within the communities that those representatives or those wahine Māori are trying to champion.
All right, thank you for that answer. Just a couple of detailed questions. If I turn to page 131 of your report,
Yeah. Sorry, my apologies. Yes, I'm here.
okay, and you're talking about the gaps in pay, and you towards the end, just after footnote 338, you say the research concluded that these inequities would either persist or increase over time. Well, why is that? You would think that it would go the other way, or you would hope it would go the other way.
Our point in this section was that while there have been changes to pay inequities and some slight increase, that for wahine Māori it's been relatively minor, and so without so then within the wider context of wahine Māori having largely lower paying jobs, that increases might compound should, in terms of the pay inequities.
So it's that they're in the bottom sort of level, and therefore improvements are not going to happen in the same way as they might for those higher up in the echelons. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
or what they're saying?
yes, and that's largely compounded by the types of roles that wahine Māori hold. So less managerial roles, less of those higher paying roles. And so the current situation, or the situation within the pay within the time frame that we examined, would suggest that those increases are likely to be less than other communities.
All right, thank you. So I wasn't, going to page 140, and I think probably some of my colleagues will be asking about te ohu whakataupu, and it wasn't clear to me what had prompted this change in the reporting structure.
I think the change in structure may have been numerous things contributing to that. So it may be partially due to in the establishment of Te Ohu Whakatupu itself, while there was a kind of general consensus of what it would do, it wasn't grounded from that cabinet paper that established it, really clearly setting out the role that Te Ohu Whakatupu would hold. I think as we kind of illustrate throughout that chapter, there are a number of challenges in enacting the goals of wahine Māori within Te Ohu Whakatupu. So some of the discussion around the runanga kuia, which seem to be established with some real optimism around how wahine Māori may be engaged and included within policy development. Some of the anecdotal accounts that we include there speak to the fact that there wasn't always the follow-on from that. So while there were policy initiatives put forward by kuia attending those, the then flow on to actually inform policy was not always clear. And so part of the dissolution of Te Ohu Whakatupu may have come from the kind of lack of clear policy outcome, coupled with the at times unclear position of what Te Ohu Whakatupu was designed to do from the outset.
All right, thank you. Yes, that gives me a lot to think about. That's all right. Oh, can you just explain to me, sorry, as a page 149, and you're talking about the inclusion of Māori analysis in the Ministry of Women's Affairs, handling of census data, and I think it's just policy speak that I don't understand. This is likely due to the difficulty of pushing for demographic-specific dissemination in the period of more neoliberal government. Could you explain what you're saying there?
In that point, we're making reference to some of the broader political shifts or political perspectives that were underpinning many of the decisions being made in government at the time, and the kind of increase or leaning towards neoliberalism, which we sort of suggest meant that some of the earlier positioning of Te Ohu Whakatupu, where Māori women may have been presented as a demographic group requiring policy input, starting to shift away in favour of some of the neoliberal wider policies that were starting to dictate the way governments were engaging at the time, including in census data, for example, the type of data that was collected and for what purposes.
Sorry, could you repeat that? I couldn't quite catch that last sentence.
So the example of the handling of census data, we suggest may have been impacted by a neoliberal view in terms of the types of data that was collected and for what purpose, and how that may have impacted the positions that Te Ohu Whakatupu was able to take, or the influence that Te Ohu Whakatupu was able to take in terms of that general kind of neoliberal shift that was occurring or had occurred.
Is that the idea that we're all New Zealanders, and right, that they're not necessarily particular groups that may require special attention, or do you have
precisely. And as later in the report, or throughout the report, I should say, we illustrate this has kind of been a defining feature of how governments have engaged with data about wahine Māori, is either the homogenising within Māori or women, and as opposed to wahine Māori specifically, and what different narratives that may promote.
Do you have any concerns about the changes to the census taking that's been announced last year by the government? Have you thought about that at all, and the implications of that? It's a little bit off script, but...
I don't feel I've got an answer in this setting for that one.
All right,
Sorry.
thank you. It just occurred to me because you were talking about the importance of census data, so that's fine. I think that's all right. All right, well, I think I will leave it there, and I might have a couple of questions in writing, but it's, I'll leave it there. Thank you very much for coming and answering my questions, and everybody else's as well. Thank you.
Ngā mihi.
Tēnā koe, Dr. Tione, ko Kim Ngāri mu tēnei. Just for context for you, my background is in Māori public policy and governance, so you can imagine I'm quite interested in this particular report. I do have quite a few questions for you, but I will try not to monopolise the time of the wider panel. I'm going to work through chapter by chapter, and there's probably, for most chapters, just a kind of a little bit of context that I'd like before I start the questions, if that's okay. I haven't really got anything I want to go into in chapter 1, other than just a kind of a comment and then a question for you about, I think you called it the stance of neutrality, that where there's this kind of feature of a lack of proactive action. So we actually see this kind of action in other places. So for example, in Horeana, you will be aware of this, in medical schools where they run preferential admission schemes, along with mentoring and support for both Māori and Pacifica who come in under those mentoring schemes, with the express intention of trying to get the medical workforce more reflective of the New Zealand population in the I think it's more than hope, but actually probably quite well-researched belief that that doctors who are culturally competent and can practice in a culturally safe manner will deliver better health outcomes for Māori and Pacific people. And so, that kind of thing can happen in an outside of government situation. So can you maybe tell us a bit about why you think you're saying it's not happening in a government situation, why you think that is, why you think government is not demonstrating that very proactive intent to ensure that its leadership is reflective of the New Zealand population?
Again, I think there are probably multiple elements to answer that question. I think perhaps one of the overall reasons why that might not happen within the public sector or within different government agencies is the ongoing negotiation of what a Te Tiriti o Waitangi partnership is. And so, as has been reflected in numerous statements of claims, this idea that the way that partnership has been enacted has neglected to engage with gender as a system through which we might think about partnership. And so some of the statements of claims, I believe one of them from Ngāpuhi that we reference in our report, talks about partnership as being a Te Tiriti partnership being a relationship formed by men. And so I wonder if perhaps this idea of partnership hasn't been interrogated through this gender lens, which has enabled, or rather not forced the Crown to consider gender and how partnership might be evoked or be systemically implemented in the way that representation happens. I think there's also an argument for, again, like I mentioned before to the early questionings, around the types of leadership that the British informed structure imposed, and that type of leadership was predominantly Pākehā male for a number of years, with then sort of the slow introduction of typically Māori men and more slowly Pākehā men, and then much more slowly Wahine Māori. And so these kind of precedents of what became the expectation within governing structures, again, may have de-incentivised creating certain pathways specific to Wahine Māori, and kind of adding again, compounding again to what you say, that there aren't these kind of clear routes in all areas. And you know, we saw this in numerous documents that we looked into. So if I point you towards, for example, our discussion of the establishment of the Bay of Plenty Māori wards, which notably there was a Wahine Māori who sat on that panel when they made the decisions about it. But again, all of the reference to underrepresentation sat with Māori in particular. There wasn't a clear distinguishment of Wahine Māori within that. So I think that tells us a little bit around how the focus, when it has come to increase, has been on Māori, and you know, that is rightly so. It needs to be that, but there has not been that same interrogation then in a different layer to Wahine Māori. Yeah.
Kia ora, thank you. So I'm going to move on to chapter 2. And so just a context thing, and it's kind of a definitional thing, which I've got in a couple of chapters. And I think it's really important that the definitions in this work are correct, because this is an important body of work that will be drawn on, I'm sure, by many of your students, and so I think it's really important. So chapter 2 is about political representation, but I was really interested to see that your use of the word central government to describe political representation. So central government, while it's not defined, the sort of the common collection of entities that make up central government is not our political representatives. It's that part of government which delivers on the executive function. So it's the Governor-General, the Cabinet Ministers, the Executive Council and government agencies, and they are commonly referred to as central government because they're the executive. They run the business of government. And I think that's pretty common terminology, definitely in Wellington, but probably more widely than that. So I just wanted to say that when I've read this, the terminology of central government hasn't floated my boat, to be honest, and I much more think that what you're writing about here is the legislature, the parliamentary, and so that's how I'm approaching this. And the other thing across this chapter that I think you'll probably get some questions on from across the panel is how we can clearly delineate what are the things in here that can be sheeted home to the government or to successive governments, and what are the things that actually sit in the domain of the electorate and the parties themselves. So there's some things that that across the parliamentary system, actually the government is responsible, and we can say, okay, actually these are some actions that we hold you to account for. But there are some other things that it's the voters and it's the parties who write their own constitutions that's while things that occur in those spaces might not be good for wahine Māori, we can't always draw the bow to sheeting that back home to the government. So I think we need to, we as a panel will need to be quite careful about how we interpret and think about responsibility across some of the things that are raised. So just on this chapter, and sorry, this is going to be a bit disjointed because I've got one little screen and lots of papers I'm kind of flicking between. So if you can turn to page, I think it'll be page 38 of your report, possibly. I'll just need to find my numbering system, if you can just bear with me for a minute. I don't know, I just need to check something.
I'm on the mixed member proportional, is it
No, it's page 40 of your report. And it's the table at page 40 that shows the significant change in wahine Māori representation that's arose from MMP. That might be 38. Hang on.
He doesn't have a table. 41.
It's just what I'm looking at is my e-pages are slightly different from your. Yeah, it is 38 of your report.
Wahine Māori politicians from 1990 to 2022.
Percentage of wahine Māori politicians from 1990 to 2022. Yeah. So just looking at that and noting the jump in 96. So at a page or two on from there, you argue that this is an unintended consequence because the political benefits for wahine Māori that might arise from MMP weren't actually identified as that whole system was being designed. So from there, you take the step that this wasn't a benefit that was sought, so it is an unintended consequence or an unintended benefit. Can you talk to us a bit more about that? And I guess what I'm saying is I'm sure you're not saying this isn't a good benefit, but what really needs to be done to make sure that we're aiming to get results rather than just, oh gosh, we got good results.
Yeah, no, there was no intention to say that was not a positive, and I think in some of the conclusions in my summary we talk about this as being hugely significant. But as you pointed out, in our sort of research around those changes, we couldn't find anything that specifically identified wahine Māori. And so while there has been this positive increase, this increase has not been as a result of the Crown acknowledging that wahine Māori may have faced historical inequities, historical exclusion. And so our concern with that being that should there be another change, or should there be an external influence that happens that wahine Māori, if they're not considered in the first part, then they can easily, then there's the risk that they may, if the representation was to drop, they may then not be considered in those kind of structural elements. And yeah, so the point being that, again, in our kind of overall thinking around what were the commonalities across different aspects of this report, was that idea that the Crown has not acknowledged wahine Māori in these different changes. And so it may be by chance that wahine Māori have increased, but not a purposeful action. And that is sort of where our concern came from.
Thank you. So just moving on to page 41 of your report. So in page 41, I'm going to the part that's about the 2020 review of MMP by the Electoral Commission, which noted that the number of electorates had increased, which meant that the importance of the list decreased, and that because Māori and women and actually other minority groups were more likely to be put into Parliament from the list, then they would be more impacted. So can you just talk to us a bit about what changes you think should be made to be more deliberate?
I'm sorry, I wasn't sure exactly where in the...
So it's page in your report, it's towards the bottom of page 41, when you talk about the 2012 review of MMP that was carried out by the New Zealand Electoral Commission.
Yes, sorry, I'm with you now.
And in that report, the Commission noted that the number of electorates had been increased, and as a consequence, the list importance decreased. And so what I'm asking if you can talk to us a bit about is, because Wahine Māori are more likely to enter Parliament through the list, what kind of changes do you think need to be made to make sure that the entry of Wahine Māori into Parliament isn't reduced because of changes in the construction between the electorate seats and the list seats? Like, is there anything that you think should be done or taken into account in how those the composition across electorate and list seats is made?
So later in that chapter, we reviewed some of the political party policies around selecting leadership, for example, and found that there was quite a significant variance in how this occurred. So we talked about how Te Pāti Māori, for example, always have a tāne and a wahine. We talked about the Green Party, who have a similar, but also extend that to people with non-binary or diverse genders, through to the ACT Party, who make kind of clear statements that gender shouldn't be considered along the lines of it's sort of a meritocracy. And so I think what that review suggests is, and sort of on top of that, when we reviewed Crown policy on how political parties should enact leadership, that the Crown doesn't make any statement on how and who should be elected. So how and who should be selected for those positions. And so in terms of, the development of a party list, there may be a conversation, and I around being more intentional about how party lists, as the point at which representation is selected and then offered to the public to vote on, whether there is a place for quotas within that, whether that leans into your earlier point around, Wahine Māori and the health system, whether that is actually a point of target within the party lists themselves and the way that leadership might be selected.
And so do you think that would be the place of government to be creating rules like that, given political parties are independent of government and actually answer to their constituents?
I think...
Well, actually to their membership really is probably a better term.
I think again there are wider considerations that might inform what the recommendation or the change is, and while we might have seen this kind of increase in the Treaty of Waitangi as being centred by different political parties, as that perhaps again it comes down to the question of how we interrogate that Treaty of Waitangi, or upholding the Treaty of Waitangi with a gendered lens. And so the responsibility then perhaps is one that is kind of flow on from the government as a whole, the Crown taking a clear stance on how wahine Māori may be included. Within this report, we haven't gone as far as making really clear recommendations on what those changes should be, because I think they sit within a much broader context than just what this report analyses. But what our report does try to do is encourage considering what the rules currently are as a starting point for what those recommendations could be.
Yeah. I'm moving on now to Chapter 3 on local government. There's a few things in this chapter that I don't know, but I know Robin will know, because so I'm not going to ask about them. And they're things like the technical things around, land ownership and title and changes and all that kind of stuff. So I'm just going to leave all of that for Robin to deal with at some point. So now I'm just needing to recalibrate myself again. So firstly, in terms of representation, so you've talked a bit about women's representation as councillors having grown over time, and Māori representation as councillors having grown over time, but that the kind of disaggregated data to be about wahine Māori has been pretty sparse. I just wanted to check, have you, and I probably should have done this, but I haven't trawled through all the references in the bibliographies, but did you look at the Local Government New Zealand website on the elected member census? Which I think it does show some level of disaggregated data. Anyway, that's just, if you can't recall off the top of your head, and I know that there was some from Local Government New Zealand that was done by a voluntary survey, but also some other level of data that was collected, and so just wanting to make sure that sort of the complete what was available had been looked into.
I think we do include, and I'm sorry, I can't find the page number, some of the voluntary survey data, but I can't recall now whether that the reference to this the census that you just. I have to check that.
Okay. Just all of the sort of the narrative around the policy shifts with wards and constituencies, and your table at page 76 showing how starkly the public have overturned council decisions to establish wards or constituencies. I think the lead on from that with the Mahuta-led amendment, but then even now we're at the point where some councils are facing constituencies being removed in the imminent future, which have arisen from more recent amendments. I did just want to check on some of the data at page 80, I think it is. in there, you talked about deputy mayors were all wahine Māori. I'm sure that's not correct, because Josh Wharihinga in Tairāwhiti was our deputy mayor, and he's definitely not a wahine. So I think if you can just check that data.
Sure. I think, yeah, I've got and some of the raw data I think is included in the document bank, so I can just double check that one for you.
Just on chapter 4 on Crown entities and bodies and boards. So at page 94, I think it's 94, where you talk about, oh, hang on, it might be, somewhere across there, you talk about, it's about the public sector board appointments, and you talk about the appointment process. And I didn't see in there, I didn't see any reference to the process around the Appointments and Honours Committee. I found it to be, my experience with this is the whole process has been really variable. I think it's not quite as step 1, step 2, step 3 as can be inferred from the paperwork. But can you talk to us a bit about what your research may have shown you about, for example, the extent of political input into the appointments process, and not just by ministers, but by coalition parties? Any examples that you've had maybe where merit has been turned aside in favour of politics?
I'm trying to think if we provide an example of that in the report.
I don't think you did. I'm just wondering if you've maybe come across any.
And
it's fine if you haven't.
I can't think of one, but I think we, in our sort of stepping through of the various bits of legislation that determine how nominations or appointment might happen, I think we discuss how the role of the minister can be really important in informing who is appointed. And so I can't point you to an example in the report, but I think inevitably politics plays a role there in terms of who is the minister and what they are hoping for and wanting for within that specific
just in terms of representation of wahine Māori, and again this goes to just another definitional thing that I just think needs to be really clear. I found a couple of places in the report where you almost used public service and public sector interchangeably, and particularly I think it's really important because they're different things, and it's particularly important when, for example, figure 4.1, the data refers to the public service, but the narrative is interchangeable between the public sector and the public service. And so if, I'm just asking if you can just maybe go through that sort of part of the report, and would be happy if there's any corrections you want to file to that. But I think there's probably been a few places in there where things have been interchanged.
Sure, thank you for that.
Robin's touched on pay equity. The next chapter is about te ohu whakatupu, I have previously, the judge has issued a direction around a conflict that I have. I'm not conflicted out of this chapter. I am with respect to anything that occurred during calendar year 2012, but I'm very conscious I'm taking up a lot of time, so I'll just leave this one at this point. And probably, there is just one question I will ask on this chapter. You talked about the, I'll just find the right page reference for you. And this might be something that the Crown might consider answering at some point, because you may well not know. You talked about the extra funding of $6.172 million over 4 years in budget 2019 for the establishment of a Crown response to the Mana Wahine inquiry. I think the important thing here is that that was time-limited funding, expiring in June 28, I understand. And it would be, given that this inquiry isn't scheduled to finish until 2030, do you know anything about the intentions? Like, have you seen any, in your research, have you seen any cabinet papers that might be looking to extend that funding or anything like that that might take us beyond 2028?
I have not.
I completely understand if you haven't. It might well not even be up at that level yet.
Yeah, I've not. I'm sorry, I can't speak to that.
Okay. And then I'll just move to chapter 6. There's only one thing I do have quite a lot of questions. I'll probably put them in writing, but there's just one thing that I did want to raise on this chapter. I'm wondering why you only dealt with Wahine Māori involvement in treaty settlements on the iwi side of the equation, and why you didn't look at Wahine Māori involvement in treaty settlements on the Crown side of the equation. So were there Wahine Māori who were chief Crown negotiators, who were involved in negotiation teams, who were advisors to ministers? And I'd be really interested in, I think that information is important because it's the other side of the equation, but actually it's the side of the equation that the Crown has got complete control over, whereas it doesn't actually have control over Wahine Māori participation in the iwi side of the equation. So I think that would be a really interesting addition to this body of work. Kia ora, I'll leave off there.
Ngā mihi.
Tēnā koe, Dr. Teone, Linda Smith speaking. So, won't surprise you, I'll start with the method data stuff. And I understand the constraints of time and what you were asked to look for. So my first broad question is, was there anything, if you had more time, are there areas where you think would have been a rich vein to explore?
Yes. I think what was the sort of challenge in a report of this nature was the need to cover such significant ground. And so if there was more time, what we spoke about as a team was drawing out some of the specific narratives within iwi, for example. So one of we had to make a decision very early on in relation to the final chapter around treaty settlements, that the situation for different iwi and hapu would have looked very different between them. And so there was only a sort of layer of data that we were able to engage with. So with more time, I think understanding the distinct experiences of wahine Māori within iwi and hapu that have engaged in the settlements process would be one. The same is true, I think, for local governments. There are 78 local governments throughout the motu. So again, the experiences of wahine Māori within each of those communities will add another layer to this data. And so I think that too would be really important research. But as we kind of mentioned, is that in many cases, we didn't actually know the base layer of what wahine Māori representation looked like. And so some of what we had to do was actually collecting those data sets to then even, kind of start the research of what more could be done. So our energy went into, in some places, having to manually collect, well, what does it even look like? Generally as a starting point. And one of the kind of overall findings that we came to was that where it's come to the Crown's jurisdiction, there were a number of areas where that data wasn't even known. So, yeah.
Thank you for that. And I guess the thing about data in terms of counting, categorising, you count what matters, right? And I think you identify the fact that Māori women were not counted and are subsumed under two different categories. One, the category women, and the other one, the category Māori. And I guess what claimants are arguing is they're invisibilised in both categories at some level. So my question generally is, do you think now Māori women count if you were in the current data sets that are being collected around representation?
I think in response to your question, one of the things that we need to consider is what matters is what counts. And so while we may have seen sort of a quantifiable increase, so the number of wahine may have increased in different areas that we cover, how that then impacts policy or how that then impacts, more importantly, Māori communities is the point at which we might understand, does it now count? And so I think to sort of add more to that there are two layers of what needs to happen or what can happen in order to embody how Te Tiriti o Waitangi partnerships could occur. And on the one hand, it is the increase in numbers, but then on the other hand, underpinning that, or over the overarching part, is whether that actually then upholds Rangatiratanga. And so we talked a little bit in the report around these kind of differences between substantive and descriptive representation. And that while if we take descriptive as being like the increase in wahine Māori, this should be considered as just the starting point towards substantive representation. And so you may increase, but then that doesn't mean that the work is done. There is still other kind of structural changes, societal changes to then become a substantive representative in that case.
Thank you. So the period that you covered is actually a period of immense change. Some of us lived through that and were part of some of those changes. But it seems to me that the context sitting behind this is also really important. You know, it is a reflection of societal changes in relation to women that are occurring, you know, from the 1960s onwards. And then I think the 1980s became really critical for women as a group. You mentioned the sort of neoliberal reforms, but there's an element in those reforms which was about public administration accountability and reforms of the way the public service were, their role was considered. And in this context then, settlement processes. So I don't regard the settlement process then as being innocent from these other changes that are occurring. So I tend to see the settlement process as also as partly a construct of neoliberal reforms in the way that they did kind of parallel each other. So I want to focus my questions on that chapter around the engagement of women in the settlement process. So firstly, were you surprised by what you found?
No, not particularly. I think when we, did that layer of looking at the signatories, we didn't anticipate that it would be, that there would be equity expressed. So to be blunt, we weren't surprised by.
I was surprised that there were more women who'd signed the deeds than I had originally, as an impression thought. But I also know maybe some of that data is not totally accurate either. When I just think of my own iwi, I think there were more women involved. But that's the end of the process. And those settlement processes for some took years and years, right? And the story of women's engagement is not necessarily reflected in who signs in the end. And what we've heard in the claim, it's really around the role of women at whānau and hapu levels and the amount and range and scope of leadership that women play in their hapu context and in their whānau context. And then we get into the political environment of settlement processes, and then we don't see that the leadership of women coming through into those processes. So did you have an opportunity, or did you make a decision, if you like, not to look at some of the early, how was the mandating process organised, what role women played in resisting settlements? Because to me, what gets to the line is a big story of women's engagement. But what you see on the page maybe doesn't reflect that in terms of the final count.
Yes, yeah, and thank you for your question. And I think this speaks back to your first question that you asked around the data gaps. And we made the decision we were trying to figure out how can we answer the questions that the tribunal had put forward. That to do a specific case study of a certain iwi would require more than a kind of 6-month look at that. And we also felt that that perhaps to do that we would need to have heard the voices of those iwi and collected them in relation to this response. So I agree with your position there, that there is only a certain layer of analysis that can be drawn from that, and that final point is by no means an illustration of the work that came before that. But we do also consider that sort of the symbolic agreement of partnership between Māori or iwi and the Crown. And so in the same way that Wahine Māori were not the major signatories of the signing of Te Tiriti o Waitangi in 1840, the same thing is also true when it's come to the signing of deeds of settlement. But yes, I completely take and agree with your point.
Thank you. Yeah, that's a good parallel, right? To think about who signed Te Tiriti and then who signed the settlements. And probably what we know now, because it's in our lifetime, is what it takes to get to the signing part of it. Anyway, put that aside because time is moving. Did you have an opportunity to see the rules, if you like, of the negotiation for settlement, like the extent to which the Crown controlled the negotiation processes, the extent to which the rules of the settlement, the conventions around settlement were governed, managed by the Crown itself?
So we did a review of a couple of their policies informing how settlements would happen. And so one was looking at the Beaten Book, where we didn't find any kind of express acknowledgement of gendered requirements within mandates. But, you know, to kind of take a step back from that, one of the things that we couched that discussion in was that Wahine Māori have voiced at various times throughout the period of doing treaty settlements that there is a significant concern around the Crown's control of the settlement process, and part of that has come down from has come to the fact that who is involved and the mandates that they are given, the diversity within who is asked. So if you take, for example, the Crown's preference to engage with the largest natural grouping, a number of hapu, Wahine Māori, have questioned this as being the appropriate way through which you might develop the outcomes of a treaty settlement process. And so I think while the Crown doesn't specify gender within the policies that they have, they also significantly control the way that Māori have had to organise to respond to it. And that has included, at one level, dictating the organisational framework in terms of the largest natural grouping. And that has likely had an impact on then how representation has manifested through the treaty settlements process.
It's just before 10:30. No, I can put them in writing. Thank you. I will stop there and put my other questions in writing.
Kia ora anō, ko Kaupapa Reeves tēnei. We're now at morning tea time, so we're going to take a break now for half an hour, come back at 11 o'clock. I note that the timetable has provided for claimant cross-examination to start shortly before morning tea, so we're slightly behind, but I think we're pretty much running to time. However, the panel will provide, I think, any further questions that we have in writing, and when we come back from morning tea, we'll move straight into claimant cross-examination with, who's first up? Tuko Law, I think, are first. Ms Cherrington's rising to her feet.
Tēnā koe, Mum, yes. Sorry, it was an oversight. We had a slight switch in the timetable again, and my friend from Waikato Panaho Associates, Miss, gone blank on your last name, Clark, apologies, I was going to call her first name, will be leading cross-examination of this report now, and I will take her place in the remainder of the timetable.
Thank you for that, Ms Cherrington. Before we break, this is just an observation on my part. Obviously, the tribunal has very closely, spent a lot of time very closely examining mandate processes, particularly in the period 2010 to 2020. In some of those policies that we have touched on, large natural grouping, but of course also in the latter part of that period, the very accelerated settlement processes that the Crown was involved in. So it may be, certainly for our purposes and others, information contained within those reports that could be, and evidence that could be useful. So with that little comment, I'm going to adjourn us now for morning tea. We'll be back at 11 a.m. Ngā mihi. Me haere tonu tātou i ngā pātai. Ms Clark.
Thank you, Mum. Good morning, Dr. Tione. My name is Raewyn Clark, and I'm asking you some questions on behalf of all claimant counsel, so that my questions will have a generic flavour to them. And we also act for Ngāi Tamahaua, one of the hapu claimants in this inquiry. Ngāi Tamahaua are a hapu of Te Whakatohea in the northeastern Bay of Plenty. So towards the end of my questions, some of my questions will have a Ngāi Tamahaua flavour to them, but they're predominantly generic. So let me start. I too will be taking something of a chapter by chapter approach to your report. So starting at the very beginning, your report covers the period 1990 to 2000. In the period preceding the period of your report, there had only ever been 2 Wahine Māori elected to Parliament in the entire history of New Zealand. Is that correct? And I think we're just checking the sound. Could you please repeat your answer?
Yes, as far as our research found.
Thank you. And regarding that early period, which I'm very aware your report doesn't focus on, nevertheless, I'll probe it for a moment here because it does provide the baseline. It provides the 1990 baseline, essentially. So just to draw on some of the quotes of your report to develop the flavour of that earlier period, you say that the early years of central government in New Zealand were completely male-dominated and overwhelmingly designed and led by Pākehā men. That's at page 29, is that correct?
Right. Get to the page, sorry.
Without necessarily needing to go there, would you agree that that was the situation in the period preceding your report and historically in New Zealand?
Yes, as far as our research could tell, it's been predominantly, prior to 1990, been predominantly influenced and represented by Pākehā.
Thank you. And Māori were largely excluded from representation in central government from the outset and only gained minor inclusion through the establishment of the Māori seats. Is that correct?
Yes, so the Māori seats were the sort of first avenue through which Māori men.
Thank you. Thank you. And you also describe the institutionalisation of racism and patriarchal processes which informed, in the early years of the British informed government. Do you agree that the British informed government was characterised by racism and patriarchal processes?
Yes, given that the time settler colonialism was being imported into Aotearoa, the same is true for the structures of governance that were being established to administer across this country.
Thank you. Is it fair to say that the low baseline, therefore, of Wahine Māori representation in 1990 was as a direct result of Crown laws, policies and political structures that had effectively prevented Wahine Māori from participating in political life?
Fair to say that was a significant part that informed the ability for Wahine Māori to be elected as members of Parliament, as councillors, as representatives across the public sector. And that like baseline, as you call it, while our report begins at 1990, the context prior to that was still very much informing how representation, how leadership might manifest across the public sector.
Thank you. Because I think you say in your report that the institutions, being of the character, nature, and being of the way that they are, that we've just discussed here, these institutions continue to carry these characteristics and reproduce these same structures over time, don't they? And so we can say that that exclusion essentially was always going to continue without some active change taking place. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I think, I agree with the statement that without there being a significant a noticeable structural change, that those systems that were developed initially were not encouraged to shift to a way that actively enabled Wahine Māori to be represented. If you, in our discussion on, again in local government and some of the anecdotal evidence we saw, there was a sort of a remarkable statement by one of the, by Mahuta, Tipa Mahuta, and she talks about this politics of exclusion, specifically that, and that the system of local government, which she was trying to enter into, she identified as being this kind of practicing, this perfecting of a politics of exclusion, which to us is that structural exclusion that you've just sort of stepped us through.
Thank you. So I think we can say that the starting point in 1990 was not a neutral starting point for Wahine Māori, was it?
Our research told us that it wasn't.
And has the Crown ever acknowledged that non-neutral starting point? Say, if we say 1990 is the starting point, has the Crown ever acknowledged that lack of neutrality of the pre-existing structures?
As far as we could ascertain in the policies and the legislation that we read and the reports and research that we read and accessed, we could not find an acknowledgement that was specific to the structural exclusion of Wahine Māori up until 1990 or within the time frame.
Thank you. I wanted to pick up on your example at page 30 of your report regarding the women's suffrage movement, and I'm calling it the tā moko example, whereby Māori women's involvement in that suffrage movement required that they revoke the tradition of tā moko. Do you think this is illustrative of the fact that access to Crown political structures has historically come at a cost to Wahine Māori, including Wahine Māori identity and Rangatiratanga?
I think the example that you point to speaks, obviously very physically to the requirements that Wahine Māori were forced to engage with if they were, in this case, to be involved in the suffrage movement. And if I think broadly to some of the discussion that we have around the nature of leadership that has been set, that was established when British informed governance was brought to Aotearoa, this leadership has been of a very particular type, as it came, with settler colonists and promoted a sort of a Pākehā male viewpoint of the world and viewpoint of leadership. And this example, I think, is pointed because it specifically targets wahine Māori bodies and our whakapapa to externally express, how we externally express our whakapapa, as being at odds with the expectations of this structure of governance that was being established, had been established, I should say.
Not only at odds with, but wahine Māori required to compromise themselves in order to achieve access to that Pākehā political structure. Do you agree?
Yes, in terms of wearing moko kauae, but I might also point you to some of the other anecdotal evidence that we presented in chapters 4 and 5 around the compromises that wahine Māori might have to take in order to be promoted or in order to be recognised by management, and that there were these various anecdotal accounts around how they had to be seen as expressing a certain way of leadership, a certain way of management. They might have to undertake a certain level or exceed a certain level of cultural labour, which might be different to other non-Māori or non-wahine Māori within that community. And so while that compromise looks slightly differently to the physical wearing of moko kauae, it sort of speaks to this ongoing trend to have to shape ourselves to fit the institutional requirements of various public sector roles.
Thank you. I think you've put that very eloquently. The moko kauae is a historic example, but I do believe it's symbolic and illustrative of what was to come. And you've set that out very eloquently in your answer there. Thank you. The theme of this po currently is Rangatiratanga. Can I ask you, do you agree that Rangatiratanga is not the same as representation by participation in Crown-designed political structures? I think essentially what I'm asking you there is, can you comment on how Wahine Māori Rangatiratanga is different to, or perhaps can you compare a representation within Pākehā political structures with Wahine Māori Rangatiratanga?
So, to answer your initial question, there are, incredibly important distinctions. I think representation can form part of what Rangatiratanga is, in terms of that if we are stepping towards Rangatiratanga in a certain context, then representation or leadership may be the initial point or one of the layers that is necessary for that. But I would not say that representation is an end in itself. And again, to point back to an earlier discussion that we had with the panel, there are these ideas of, and this one lens for looking at that is that idea of substantive and descriptive representation. But importantly, while we do want to see wahine Māori represented, that Rangatiratanga itself is more than just a quantifiable number, but has to be informing the context and the structure, the institutions within which representation might happen.
Thank you. In your report, and I'm reading here from page 58, you don't necessarily need to go there, but feel free to do so. And actually, I'm reading from your very last sentence on that page, which is your conclusion in relation to the central government chapter. You say that overall, while there have been increases to wahine Māori representation in Parliament, None of these has occurred because of an explicit recognition by the Crown of Wahine Māori as an important or historically disadvantaged group. Do you agree that there has been very little acknowledgement by the Crown of Wahine Māori as its own distinct group?
Again, as far as our research found, there was very little acknowledgement by the Crown in terms of translating that context into leadership or representation or equity. So I might point you towards our chapter 5 on the case studies of Te Hui Whakatupu, and we did a sort of a broad sweep of how Manatū Wahine might have engaged with Wahine Māori and sort of mentions across various elements. And we found that the Crown had acknowledged Wahine Māori, but that oftentimes it was either in a deficit nature or oftentimes it was very light in its consideration, and very few times, and I think only one, and I'll need to double check this, there was actual acknowledgement within that of Wahine Māori succeeding within the public sector. And so to answer your question, the explicit acknowledgement of the various historical but also contemporary realities for Wahine Māori, the Crown, as far as we could tell, had not acknowledged that. And that the mentions of Wahine Māori often didn't go as far as what we could see in terms of perhaps upholding Rangatiratanga, to kind of take your earlier line of questioning.
Thank you. And I thought you raised an interesting point earlier in your questions with the tribunal, where you essentially suggested that the treaty partnership research and thinking around the concept of the treaty partnership has been focused on Māori generally. And do I understand you to be suggesting that if that treaty partnership concept was looked at with a Wahine Māori lens, then perhaps there would be a better understanding on the part of the Crown of the importance of Wahine Māori as its own distinct group and of their specific partnership obligations towards Wahine Māori? Your thoughts?
Yes, I think what we touched on in various parts of the report are that Wahine Māori face distinct realities, and whether that might be socially. So we quoted Tanya Rangi Hewia's statements in the early sort of in the 90s, and we were talking about kind of how treaty settlements would not be beneficial if the flow-on effects did not understand the realities of Wahine Māori and their whānau. And so when it comes to this idea of partnership, that it has been heavily dominated by men, and there hasn't been this interrogation of the gendered realities that Wahine Māori have faced. It means that it has been, or at least we suggest that it has been, this specific type of partnership. And if we think of what the whole purpose of partnership is, it should be to ensure that the realities of our diverse communities are upheld, that they are understood. And so both things have to happen. Partnership needs to embody that diversity and embody those social realities. And as far as we could tell, the way that partnership might be considered and represented within the Crown's governing structure had not considered Wahine Māori and the realities that we bring and of our whānau, our hapu, our iwi into that structure.
Thank you. So if the Crown has failed to recognise Wahine Māori and its partnership obligations to Wahine Māori as its own distinct group, you'd also agree, I think, that the Crown has not acknowledged the historic underrepresentation of wahine Māori in governance spaces, across the spaces that you mention in your report.
Again, yeah, as far as we could tell, we could not see an explicit acknowledgement by the Crown. And so I might point you to our discussion of mixed member proportional, which in itself was around increasing the representation of diverse groups throughout Aotearoa. But again, there was no explicit acknowledgement of wahine Māori in there. And so while only one example, it is perhaps in our recent history, one of the most significant changes in terms of how we represent our politicians, but wahine Māori were not considered in that change, which I think is an important factor for understanding how the Crown might have acknowledged any historical exclusion specific to wahine Māori.
Thank you. So across the 30-year period of your report, do you agree that the Crown has taken no proactive targeted actions to improve wahine Māori representation?
As far as we could tell, in terms of representation itself, we did not find a clear, specific acknowledgement of wahine Māori that would have guarantee of representation or sustained representation, but that also was applied across structures. So while there were instances where the Crown does speak to wahine Māori within certain, so we can look at Te Omu Whakatupuru as an example, there was at the beginning an acknowledgement of the need for wahine Māori to be involved. But in terms of sustaining that, we weren't able to find a guaranteed sustained acknowledgement of wahine Māori.
Thank you. And I think a point that comes through quite clearly in your report is that you make the link between explicit recognition of wahine Māori and targeted action to improve wahine Māori representation being crucial to being able to maintain the improvements that we have seen at the central government level and at the local government level. But I think the point you make in your report is you use the words, there's no guarantee that these improvements to representation that we've seen will remain. Do you agree with that?
Yes, and we drew that conclusion again from the context at which increase might have occurred. So again, if we talk about NM, because there was no explicit recognition of wahine Māori within those changes, then a decrease could also amount without knowing that context, without acknowledging that context. And I think, again, we might consider the changes to the Local Electoral Act, which enabled an easier establishment of Māori wards, which resulted in quite possibly the most wahine Māori ever elected to local governments throughout Aotearoa. And beyond the timeframes of our report, we have now seen a repeal of that piece of legislation. And so while we don't analyse that repeal because it's outside the scope, our discussion within the report kind of indicates the risk if there is not an acknowledgement of wahine Māori within a legislative change. And because that has been the case, we might now see the impact of that.
Thank you. And exactly the same theme exists with regards to MMP, doesn't it? Exactly the same thing that you've just explained with regards to the structure of local government, the risk that it could be undermined. It's structurally fragile Do you agree that that's the current situation in both local government and central government democratic structures for wahine Māori?
Yes, so in the report we consider the importance of understanding these changes to legislation within how they have referenced prior wahine Māori exclusion, and we couldn't find that reference. And so I think one of the broader considerations is that these changes, so whether it's the shift to MMP, whether it's the repeal of public polling within the Local Electoral Act, is that these are mechanisms that are meant to support representation. But to come back to your earlier discussion around Rangatiratanga, is that actually minor shifts like this, or major shifts like this in some cases, if they're not underpinned by rangatiratanga, and a rangatiratanga that acknowledges wahine Māori specific rangatiratanga, then they can also be risky if they are repealed or if they are changed.
Mm-hmm. I'll move now to the party lists, and you would agree that the party lists have been key to improving the representation of wahine Māori at the central government level.
Yes, and that's, I mean, we see that most remarkably within the shift.
Could you repeat that last sentence?
Sorry, we see that the impact of the party lists most remarkably within the shift to MMP.
Yes.
And then with the shift to MMP, the ability for more members of parliament to come off the list, and so that's where the largest jump in wahine Māori representation has occurred in recent.
And of course, and this relates to the discussion that we just have. At page 47 of your report, you say that there's no legislative framework that determines list rankings or selection process. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, as far as we could tell in our review of the requirements for parties, it is the mandate of parties and their memberships to establish that list, appoint leaders.
Does this mean that the Crown has essentially delegated wahine Māori representation to the political parties and the party lists?
In this instance, and I think this is where some of our discussion and consideration of the stance of neutrality becomes important, is that we consider that if the Crown has a role and responsibility to uphold rangatiratanga, then arguably they should be trying to establish a political structure in which this is enabled. And so what we found, they made no mention of gender, of wahine Māori within their guidance to parties, which, as we found, has resulted in a wide variety of how wahine Māori are selected, are appointed within different political parties. But also, broader than that, how gender is even considered. And so there was kind of an acknowledgement of the importance of wahine Māori leadership within Te Pāti Māori and the Green parties, through to, as I mentioned earlier, the ACT party, which actually specifically identified gender as it shouldn't be considered in how party lists are developed.
So to go back to my question, does this mean the Crown has essentially delegated wahine Māori representation to the political parties? Are you saying that to ensure wahine Māori representation continues, there does need to be some sort of imposed mechanism to ensure wahine Māori representation remains at appropriate levels?
I think the Crown has a responsibility to both understand fully how wahine Māori have been elected and then respond appropriately to that. And our research shows that there has been a very ad hoc engagement with Wahine Māori. And so I hesitate to provide a certain answer to your question, only because I understand that it sits within a much wider context. The roles of political parties sits across within the Crown structure and within many other parts. So while something should change, and there should be there needs to be some addressing of Wahine Māori leadership within political parties, our report has not interrogated what exactly that should be.
But you are saying that there does need to be some form of imposed structure to ensure Wahine Māori representation remains. Could you answer, please? Yes, there needs to be some sort of informed structure, and one that supports the Rangatiratanga aspirations of Wahine Māori and Māori more generally. Thank you. And you had a conversation with with tribunal member Dr. Ngarimu, and she questioned whether it is the role of the Crown to be asking political parties to alter their rules when political parties are supposed to be independent. But you'd agree that the political parties are a crucial actor within the current political structures that exist. You'd agree with that? Yes. And if the political parties control the key vehicle for Wahine Māori representation, then surely there is an obligation on the Crown to place some sort of requirement or obligation on those political parties with respect to the makeup of their party lists. Do you agree? Yes, so the Crown is if we consider what the scope of the public sector, it is entirely within the control of the Crown. And in large part, the institutions, the rules have been developed by the Crown. And so for political parties that sit within that structure, there should be a requirement to understand the position of Wahine Māori within that. And as we have faced numerous inequities within the structure that the Crown controls and that the Crown develops, incentive to improve that. And so whether that, and so within political parties as a core part of that system, then the Crown has responsibility to ensure that that is responding effectively to uphold Rangatiratanga in terms of the partnership that is envisaged between Māori and the Crown. Thank you. I don't want to belabor the data gap point, but I will... Sorry, something happened with the sound just as you started. Could you... I don't want to belabor the data gap point. However, I'll touch on it briefly because your report is clear, isn't it, that data gaps in respect of Wahine Māori are a very real and serious issue in both the local government sector and the public in both local government and the public service sector. Do you agree? Yes. Can you confirm why disaggregated data is so important? Data that looks at Wahine Māori specifically, as opposed to data that just refers to Māori and just refers to women? Well, I think it is, to respond to the first part of your question, I think
if the Crown is seeking to respond to the public realities of society, then they have a responsibility to understand how that is reflected within the structures that are created. And so not knowing the full picture, the full data picture, limits the ability to to effectively respond to the needs of wahine Māori and take responsibility as the determiners in terms of what the public sector is and does. In terms of disaggregated data, there is a substantial growing body of knowledge which tells us that the experiences of Māori women can and does look very differently to Pākehā women, for example, or to Māori men, for example. And these realities are often deep within societies and linked to many of those historical the historical imposition of patriarchy within our societies. And so wahine Māori may have had very different experiences than, for example, Pākehā women. So I can point you to an example of how this has manifested within our report. So from 1919, women were allowed to stand as candidates in central government elections. But a Pākehā woman was eventually elected in 1949, but then it was not another almost 20 years before the first wahine Māori, Rangatiratanga, was elected. So it tells us that there are very different realities which are enabled through a legislative change like this one, which speaks to the need to understand that disaggregated data, to understand that wahine Māori may have a very different experience, not just at the representation point, not just at the point within the public sector, but also within society, because both things, the public sector does not act in isolation to our communities. And so, again, sort of encouraging that point that we need to understand those realities, those distinctions specific to wahine Māori.
Thank you. And do you agree that the data gaps have meant that wahine Māori have suffered prejudice as a result of those data gaps?
I think if you don't know the reality of what's happening within a system, then it's hard to respond effectively to that. And so, for example, the knowledge of there being likely only 35 wahine Māori up until 2020 elected to central government, that tells us I'm sorry, I've gone on a goose chase from your
Kei te pai, I'll tell you where I was going with that question of prejudice. I was looking at the Human Rights Commission 2008 report. You mention it on page 133. And that's an example of a report where the Human Rights Commission put out a call to action. They say action is required to address the issue of disaggregated data leading to the provision of targeted solutions. And it highlights that one of the prejudices that wahine Māori have suffered is pay gaps. Do you agree that's an example of prejudice wahine Māori have suffered as a result of lack of data?
Yes, sorry, thank you for pulling me back there. Yes. I think without having the knowledge of and the clear understanding of the separate realities, that there is a likelihood, a chance, and perhaps a real, and we can see that happening in the example that you've given us of prejudice occurring.
And would you agree that another form of prejudice is that wahine Māori have had many years of, because the lack of representation has not been acknowledged in the data, wahine Māori have had many years where they have not had access to policy making and positions of governance and leadership, and that would be another prejudice that wahine Māori and their whānau have suffered as a result?
Yes, I would agree. And I think some of the examples which show us that disconnect between wahine Māori realities and then the implementation of policy might be the runanga kuia, where when they were eventually dissolved, those runanga kuia, some of the whakaaro that came out of it, some of the ideas that came out of that by the kuia themselves was that they couldn't see how what they were contributing actually resulted in policy. And so an example of how we need to know those realities in breadth, but also respond to them actively.
Thank you. And there was a clear call from action there regarding the collection of data in 2008, but you'd agree that your report shows that it wasn't until 2019 that there began to be that collection of disaggregated data. I'm referring to your public sector chapter here. And I'm referring to the
So one of the things, sorry, my apologies.
I was going to say I'm referring to the ethnic diversity, gender, Māori, Pacific and ethnic diversity stocktake.
So one of the sort of significant challenges in that chapter in particular is that, I mean, firstly, as you pointed out, there has been a lack of disaggregated data, looking specifically at Wahine Māori. Yep. But also it's been ad hoc in nature. So while there was a period of time specifically around Te Ohu Whakatupu in those early years where there was a concerted effort to understand the realities of Wahine Māori and think about how they might inform policy, we then see this a time period where very little is happening in terms of Wahine Māori. Only until 2019, and we point to the fact that this correlates with the beginning of the Mana Wahine inquiry itself. So certain political factors may influence the Crown's and incentivise the Crown to understand the realities of Wahine Māori or not.
Thank you. And yes, thank you for bringing forth the fact that data collection has been ad hoc in nature and that comes through very clearly in your public sector chapter. I'll jump ahead a little bit here. To Chapter 5 on Te Ohu Whakatupu, because you've just mentioned it there. You'd agree, wouldn't you, that after the dissolution of Te Ohu Whakatupu in 2003, that mention of and focus on Wahine Māori within policy dropped significantly? You'd agree with that?
As far as our research could tell, in terms of how and when Wahine Māori were considered, we saw that there was a drop in that focus.
Yes, and this occurred, didn't it, despite the apparent policy intentions that prevailed at this time, 2003. And I'm talking about the all-of-government approach that started to take place at that time.
So what we found was that when this dissolution occurred and some of the policy roles of Te Ohu Whakatupu that had been in process were then shifted to be managed all across government and within the Treaty of Waitangi units. Apologies if I got the label there wrong. It did show that some of those specific concerns for Wahine Māori became amalgamated within more general Māori terms. And so the ability to respond effectively as Wahine Māori, but to Wahine Māori realities, as far as we could tell, seemed to diminish at that point.
the purported concerns, Crown concerns for the situation of Wahine Māori were hollow, weren't they? Because we effectively had a 15-year void in policy that resulted once Te Ohu Whakatupu was disbanded.
Repeat the start of your question, sorry.
Perhaps I'll put it another way. It's clear, isn't it, that for effective Wahine Māori involvement and engagement in policy, there does need to be a targeted Wahine Māori approach. It's not appropriate to take a whole of government generic Māori broadly approach. Would you agree with that?
Thank you. Yeah, as we, within that chapter particularly, when we saw the shift from that targeted approach to a more generalised approach, that correlated with then a significantly less identifiable Crown focus on Wahine Māori. And so I would agree that was the case when there wasn't a clear incentive, in this case through Te Ohu Whakatupu, to continue that monitoring and responding to Wahine Māori.
Thank you. And that set Wahine Māori back some 15 years, didn't it, in terms of their ability to input at an appropriate level into policy development?
It did strike us that there seemed to be this growing momentum in the sort of 1980s through to 2003 to effectively respond to the realities of Wahine Māori, and then an extended period of little acknowledgement or at least specific acknowledgements that was either ad hoc or didn't fully encapsulate trying to establish a system of rangatiratanga for Wahine Māori. And so, yes, when it came to these 2019 and the Mana Wahine inquiry starting to build momentum, there is likely to have been this kind of need to I don't know if goes back the word, but the gap in time that Wahine Māori were not acknowledged as an important policy focus is really important and likely to have impacted now the point at where we're starting for this inquiry itself.
Thank you. Ma'am, could I please check in with regards to time? It's 11:51. Will you be asking me to stop exactly at 60 minutes, or is there more flexibility? I've just received a note that apparently there is an extra 20 minutes available from other council who don't require their full amount of time.
I'm not expecting to be policing, to a sort of a detailed extent, your timekeeping. I'm hoping that you've got that sorted as amongst yourselves.
Thank you.
Do you have, how much more material do you have you want to cover?
I will try to cover at a clip. I do have a little bit more material, yes.
All right. Well, if balance of council are happy that that's going to allow sufficient time for their questions to be covered in the time available, well then that's fine with me.
Kei te pai. Haere tonu is what I've been told, so thank you. Okay. All right. I'm jumping back now to the Māori wards in your local government chapter. You have quite a stark table at page 3.4. You've been taken there already this morning on page 72. Regarding the local government referendums on Māori wards. And you would agree, wouldn't you? So this table, if people can't see what it shows that between 2003 and 2018, there were a number of local government referendums on Māori wards and whether Māori wards should be maintained for the particular councils concerned. And it's blatant, isn't it, that, well, and in that list, there's only one council where a Māori ward was retained when it was put to the referendum. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, sorry, I'll just, these are in relation to establishment as opposed to retaining Māori wards.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah, so within that, through the use of the Local Electoral Act to establish Māori wards, only 2 prior to the 2022 results resulted in a Māori ward, and that was Waikato. The Bay of Plenty has its own specific legislation.
Thank you. So does this say to you that the Crown was essentially on notice for this whole period, it's nearly a 20-year period, that the Māori ward referendum mechanism would result in there being no Māori ward? That's clear, isn't it?
Yes, and it was very well known within this period, so that some of the results that I show are 2003 to 2018. It was very clear within this period that public polls were not producing Māori wards, only other than Wairoa and Waikato, as I mentioned earlier. And not only that, some of the case study, if you will, that I would point you to in that chapter illustrates that it was actually far-reaching the impacts of having these public polls in terms of the level of racism, the level of discrimination that Māori and also allies, Pākehā, who were in favour of this, faced because of it. So this is seen as, within sort of academic studies, an example of a piece of legislation that not only prevented Māori representation, but also kind of encouraged this, or enabled an era of discrimination to follow it throughout these communities.
Yes, thank you. So it's fair to say, isn't it, that the Crown, through this mechanism, actively enabled a forum for racism towards Māori to be public, including Wahine Māori, to be publicly aired?
Well, the reality was, yes, because that's what happened. Yep. And, you know, there are sadly numerous examples, not all of which are referenced here, which show us that the depth of that racism, but also misogyny. I think I point to one specific example around New Plymouth, and those of who might recall the New Plymouth debates, they were highly politicised. They were the layers of discrimination that came out in New Plymouth, an example in particular, is particularly concerning, and I share some of that in the chapter. But you know, this was enabled through the legislation. That was what the process enabled. It enabled the public poll, and it enabled a debate. And we've sort of seen the results of that. Not only the result in terms of then voting against having Māori wards, but also the results in terms of the impact of those debates on Māori communities or that were engaged in this.
Thank you. And you'd agree that, of course, not only did it enable that sort of forum, but it also undermined that pathway for Wahine Māori to gain that political representation, because there was a clear pattern, it would be voted down.
Yes, and I don't think I put it in this, but in some of the PhD research that I did, while not specific to Wahine Māori, during the time of some of these debates, there were a number of Māori communities of iwi who, in reflecting on the the debate that often occurred post these decisions being made, decided against advocating for Māori wards. And so because of the possibility of discrimination that could occur within that local government context within the communities. So as I say, well, I didn't look at that at a Wahine Māori level. There is likely to have been an impact within that for Wahine Māori.
Yes, thank you. You give 3 examples of Māori wards in your report, and you discuss the Bay of Plenty Māori ward, the Waikato Māori ward, and the Wairoa Māori ward. In each example, Wahine Māori have been well represented on those councils, correct?
Yes.
So there's a clear correlation between Māori wards and Wahine Māori representation, you'd agree?
Yes, as far as what we found is that Wahine Māori were consistently represented across those 3 case studies. And I will just also clarify that those were the only 3 case studies that we could look at within the time period, because they were the only 3 that existed.
So are you saying, I'll leave that question. So does this help to demonstrate that the barriers to Wahine Māori representation are clearly structural and not about candidate availability or community preference?
In terms of what the results are, then we would suggest that yes. When the avenue was through Māori wards was established, we saw Wahine Māori take up those roles in every election that was held across those 3 local governments. Not every seat was held by Wahine Māori, but there were consistently Wahine Māori elected to those. And the same then is true in terms of when more local governments were able to establish Māori wards, when that the requirement for a public poll was removed, is that Wahine Māori are more than twice, I think it was 54% of elected councillors, as far as our ability to gauge ethnicity and gender of Māori councillors were Wahine Māori. So this tells us that actually when the legislation was changed, when that public polling requirement was removed, Wahine Māori are now likely the most represented that we've ever been on local.
So Wahine Māori succeed when the structure allows, don't they?
As far as this evidence tells us, yeah, that is correct.
Thank you. Okay, my next question relates to, again, I'm back on the public sector chapter. So looking at the public sector, so consider, in this line of questioning, I'm wanting to consider the appointment process for Wahine Māori to roles of significance within the public sector, whether it be boards, leadership, etc. And picking up on a couple of quotes from your report, it's correct, isn't it? And I'm page 96 here. If you did want to go to it, you don't have to, but feel free to do so. That those with existing power in the public sector play a prominent role and have significant influence in determining the scope of senior leadership positions, including candidate selection and having ultimate sign-off on the decision. So those with existing power play a significant role in appointments, don't they?
And the legislation and the policy that we reviewed in terms of how nomination and appointment happens, it appeared that either the ministers or those senior leadership already in positions of power were then in control of those appointments as well.
Okay, thank you. And you also point out affinity bias at page 93. And this is the tendency of decision makers to favour candidates who resemble them. And you say at page 93 that affinity bias will adversely impact the appointment of wahine Māori and impact their representation in the public sector. As it currently stands, that's the case, isn't it?
So in the references that we consulted for that part, which sort of discussed these ideas of affinity bias, that people will appoint or lean towards those who mirror themselves or mirror the type of representation that they desire. We found that wahine Māori were either considered that they were subject to this bias, that this did impact their ability to be appointed to, and the discussion in our report is around CEO, the level of CEO.
Thank you. So can we say that the current appointment process, by its very nature and structure, is likely to exclude wahine Māori?
I think when taken in its, I think when taken for the process that is followed or should be followed to appoint leadership, then that would suggest that it has and has the potential to impact the appointment of wahine Māori to higher level positions.
Thank you. So without something to disrupt that starting point, it's likely that wahine Māori will be excluded without something to proactively disrupt that status quo. Do you agree?
I think our research tells us that because there has not been something to disrupt, to use your word, or to shift the way that nomination or or appointment happens, then there is a likelihood that what we see happening and that wahine Māori are less likely to be appointed to CEO, is the discussion that I'm looking at now, then that is likely to continue.
Thank you. And in fact, you do catalogue a number of efforts that were put in place to try or Crown measures to support more diversity in appointments to these roles. And I'll list some of them here because there's a number of initiatives. There's the EEO policy, the Cabinet Office, that's mentioned at page 96, the Cabinet Office circular regarding increasing diversity of board membership. There's the Human Rights Commission's Agenda for Change about achieving 50-50 gender parity on boards, that's at page 98. The Women's Nominations Service at page 99. But looking across all of these initiatives during the period 1990 to 2020, do you agree that none of them were specifically designed with wahine Māori as a targeted group?
As far as we could tell in the initiatives that you've highlighted, that there was not a very clear and explicit acknowledgement of wahine Māori as either being either facing low levels of representation or overt discrimination, but also in how we might shift that, how that narrative maybe shifted towards Rangatiratanga as a basis for leadership, as a basis.
Yes, thank you, Ben. So can we say that over a 30-year period, the 30-year period of your report, the Crown has done nothing or very little to improve wahine Māori representation in the public sector, especially access to senior roles?
As far as we could tell, the Crown has not put any specific structural measure to ensure that wahine Māori are appointed to those higher level positions. And while there might have been some small acknowledgements of wahine Māori in a number of the documents we consulted, we did not see a specific structural change happen. And so like some of the reflections that we make in other parts of the report, there are challenges to ad hoc change or change that is not systemic, in that it can also be reversed, or the situation can also shift, possibly negatively for wahine Māori.
And can I also add to that, or ask you, it's been clear, hasn't it, since around 1993, which is the first report that you mention in your report, that looking at women and looking at Māori and their roles within the public service, that showed that wahine Māori were at 0.02% of senior managers at that time, weren't they, in 1993?
As far as we could tell, yes.
Yeah. So despite that, we've seen very little done to rectify that since that time, haven't we?
Yes, and again, to sort of reiterate the point I just made, while we have seen some change and some increase in wahine Māori representation in various ministries or in various kind of positions, this has not been underpinned by directive action by the Crown to acknowledge wahine Māori.
Thank you. Okay. I was interested in your discussion at page 38. This is on chapter 5, and I'm referring to Te Ohu Whakatupu at the moment, regarding the hiring of the 5 full-time staff of Te Ohu Whakatupu, which involved wahine Māori advisory groups and the holding of local nomination hui for the election of a wahine interview panel. And this hiring process was commended by wahine Māori in that selected staff members were chosen specifically to represent their iwi and hapu, a role which meant that they operate from a whānau, hapu and iwi base, and as such are accountable back to those groups. So would you agree that this particular hiring process recognised and accounted for the relational aspect of wahine Māori leadership? Or in other words, from a wahine Māori perspective, authority is shared, and therefore positions of leadership require collective responsibility and accountability back to hapu and whānau. That's quite a long question, but does the hiring process that we saw there, does that represent that?
As far as we could tell on the reflections of the establishment of Te Ohu Whakatupu, it seems to respond more effectively to the realities of Māori society. And, you know, to take that to another layer, is one of the consistent challenges within the broader public sector has been that oftentimes it doesn't mirror the ways that Māori organise politically at an iwi or hapu level. And so that because of that disconnect, the result in terms of who is represented and why and for what purpose sometimes doesn't speak back to those political realities of iwi and hapu. So in that specific example, it appeared that there was an attempt to try and build the type of nomination and the type of appointment through the political systems of iwi and hapu that already existed and have existed for much longer than you know, the Crown's governance in Aotearoa. So there is probably some really significant learnings from that initial way of nominating and appointing those
And would you agree that system highlighted there is much closer to Wahine Māori Rangatiratanga than a system that someone is appointed in isolation from that connection back to that iwi hapu whānau?
Well, if we consider the fact that rangatiratanga comes from within our iwi hapu and whānau, then the way that that is enacted must draw on those roots. And so if those roots are then not the blueprint through which the Crown might be attempting to address those realities, then there is going to be a disconnect in terms of upholding rangatiratanga for various iwi hapu.
Thank you. Thank you. And do you agree, because this process occurred within a ministry, this demonstrates that the Crown can acknowledge and can facilitate a process that ensures appropriate wahine Māori representation in this way? Would you agree?
Yes, I think it does show that the Crown can, but I also would point out that those who were involved in establishing Te Ohu Whakatupu, there were wahine Māori sort of in the role of managing the Crown's appointment process of that at that time. So yes, the Crown can, and that is an example of doing it. But they can also do it when wahine Māori are put in those positions to enable the outcome to come to fruition.
Thank you. And that you've pretty much answered my next question, which was, would you agree that a process such as this could only have occurred within a Crown ministry because wahine Māori were afforded an active role in its design and implementation?
Yeah, I think that example tells us that. And again, might have some specific learnings around why we need to know the data context of wahine Māori, so then we can appropriately respond within the Crown in terms of where wahine Māori sit in relation to establishing policy, or in this case, Te Ohu Whakatupu.
Thank you. I wanted to ask you about the runanga kuia. In your view, was this a useful initiative that should be looked at again? Perhaps not in exactly the same form, but perhaps with some tweaks or changes to its structure. But overall, would you say that was a useful initiative? And again, it could be a learning. You've just used that word. Could this be another learning that we could take from your research here?
As far as we could tell, the incentive from the runanga kuia, again, it came from a wahine Māori, Miriama Evans, when she noted the lack of queer voices informing policy in different contexts. But as far as we could tell, there seemed to be this real momentum at the time that this could be a really important way to ensure that queer voices were heard. And so, there were various structures which we mentioned that were used in terms of gaining specific policy action, having some general kōrero with queer, but it does suggest that actually, like your earlier point, that the Crown is able to create structures. I think one of the challenges with the runanga kuia that we talk about, though, is that often it ran into the barrier of becoming advisory or a consultant, having a sort of consultant view, as opposed to being able to produce policy outcomes. But as a system that sat within or alongside, I should say, Te Ohu Whakatupu, it seemed to be, a number of queer seemed to be that is an important avenue to have concerns raised.
But what I take from what you're saying there is that it needed to have clear policy outcomes, didn't it?
As far as we could tell in the reflections about the runanga kuia and its eventual just the eventual dissolving of Te Runanga kuia, was that one of the core issues was that it wasn't always clear how what was being spoken about, what was being recommended, was then implemented by the Crown.
Thank you. I've got two more questions for you. My next question relates to the treaty settlement chapter. At page 195 of your report, you say here that exclusion of Wahine Māori can't be linked to a specific policy as such. Is that your evidence?
Sorry, could you just point me to where you are exactly?
I'm at the top of page 195. The researchers could not find any Crown policy, practice or legislation that aligned with the concerns presented above.
Yes, so as far as we could tell, in terms of the concerns raised in a number of statements of claims to this inquiry around the inequitable representation of Wahine Māori within the treaty settlements process, we could not find any acknowledgement by the Crown in relation to this, that there was an inequity that existed.
A key settlement policy is, of course, the large natural grouping policy. And that is the policy that dictates that the Crown strongly prefers, or will only, negotiate claims with large natural groupings rather than with individual whānau and hapu. Now, as I mentioned earlier, we act for Ngāi Tamahaua, hapu, and our claimant's position is that Wahine Rangatiratanga is exercised through hapu. So, because the Crown's large natural grouping policy does not allow hapu to negotiate, as would be consistent with their exercise of tino rangatiratanga, would you consider that the large natural grouping policy can be linked to the exclusion of Wahine Māori in treaty negotiations and settlement?
So there are, as we detailed to some extent in that chapter, that numerous Māori, iwi and hapu have had issue with the fact that the Crown has dictated the terms at which we organise politically, including the large natural grouping requirement. And so I think there is a connection there to the rangatiratanga of hapu and how representation might look through a hapu lens versus how it's forced to look through this largest natural grouping, this kind of amalgamation of numerous distinct claims that hapu might have. So when it comes to representation, the largest natural grouping requirement has dictated how we must organise, but also how leadership is the requirements for leadership within that. And so should it have been hapu who were engaging in treaty settlements or are engaging in treaty settlements, then perhaps that leadership, that exclusion may have looked different.
Because the large natural grouping is necessarily in its own way a Crown construct, isn't it? So the natural leadership that Wahine Māori exercise at the hapu level, it doesn't fit within that Crown construct, does it?
No, and I think some of the anecdotal evidence that we point to, so again, Tanya Herua's points around the role that Wahine Māori play that is often perhaps closer connected to whānau and hapu, that is more easily diminished or eradicated in some cases where the largest natural grouping becomes the point at which partnership is established and which partnership is then continued on from.
Thank you. And this is my last question for you. We talked earlier about Te Ohu Whakatupu being disbanded in 2003, and then the whole of government approach, which essentially left what I termed a policy void for 15 years before we have the new Māori Women's Unit within the ministry that has come about as a result of this inquiry. Do you agree, again, because that unit has been put in place as a result of this inquiry, it's about external factors that have prompted the Crown to act? Do you agree that, again, we've got a structural fragility there? And, perhaps I can make this a double-barreled question just to finish, and what structural features would need to be put in place around this new unit that's been developed if this unit is to be effective in the same way that Te Ohu Whakatupu was effective in its time? What do we need to see with this new unit for it to be sustainable and structurally sound for wahine Māori?
Yes, so to come back to your first part of the question, I think, the short history that our report engages suggests that there is a risk, like Te Ohu Whakatupu, that as the mana wahine inquiry proceeds or senses that, perhaps changes can occur again that might disadvantage wahine Māori if there is not a structural incentive alongside that. And then the second part was around what could be done. Am I?
Yes, I'm looking forward. I'm getting you to speak to what ideally would we see as put in place with regards to this new unit for it to have the best outcomes for wahine Māori.
I think from our research, well, I wouldn't want to say definitively what those should be, but I think there are learnings from in it which might indicate what would be useful. So around who is appointed and why, around grounding from the initial point, the purpose, the employment, the representation within the iwi and hapu whānau and attempting to, as best as possible, respond to those political realities in terms of the organisation that already exists, but also the kind of societal realities that exist for them. I think underpinning it with rangatiratanga that upholds wahine Māori is probably vital. I think a lot of the changes that have occurred between increases and then the removal of and then the re-establishment of different mechanisms tells us that rangatiratanga has possibly not been the underlying factor when engaging with how wahine Māori may be represented. So I think there needs to be critical engagement with how rangatiratanga can manifest within a Crown system, but rangatiratanga that is informed by, acted upon by wahine Māori and the communities that we sort of seek to serve. And I think the other consideration is, and this is a sort of constitutional consideration, is that legislative changes mean that while there might be increases, like we've recently seen in local government, there's also the likelihood that legislative change can remove that and decrease that again. And so I think there is the need to consider how that is wahine Māori and is structurally bound within the public sector.
Thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you very much for your very helpful evidence. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Ms Clark. Now, I think it would be just useful to get an update on the current status of the balance of claimant council cross-examination. I think there was an indication earlier that some may not want to use the time. So perhaps if Ms. Cherrington, if you could just give me an indication of how that's going to roll out.
Yes, ma'am. So just if we're looking at the timetable, as it currently stands and from what I've received over emails, it will continue as follows, but with Te Whenua law coming next, and then Phoenix law won't be asking any questions. Then we're moving to Dixon & Co, Kahui legal, Tāmaki legal, myself. Oranganui legal is not asking questions, and then Kaupapa and Sykes & Co to finish.
All right.
And I will invite my friends to correct me if I've got something wrong in that.
Okay. That's fine. Thank you very much, Ms. Cherrington. And we will. I'm just obviously managing the time and the balance of the day in terms of Dr. Tione's availability, and obviously got my eye on the Crown's time for the end, which comes towards the end of the day. So I think probably at this stage, if we have just on half an hour left, if we just make a start and see how far we get before lunchtime.
Yes, noting that we did have 20 minutes for after lunch, or you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I understand. We might even shorten lunch slightly just to give us a little bit more time.
I have just received a further indication from Tāmaki Legal that if time does condense, that they are happy to put their questions in writing. And there is a desire amongst Claimant Council to ensure that the tribunal is able to ask their questions if there are any remaining at the end of the day. So we will manage that on our end to condense and put our questions in writing if that becomes an issue, so that there is time available.
Well, and probably to indicate from us, I mean, at the end of the day, we can always put our questions in writing. I would really like to ensure that the Crown has time to do a thorough job within the course of today, if possible. And I think what we'll do, if I indicate now, we'll shorten lunch to so come back at, say, 1:45. It gives us an extra 15 minutes. So let's just get going with whoever's, with Mr. Whenua, I think, who might be next, and we'll just monitor that again, have a look again where we are by 1 p.m.
Kia ora. Okay. As your man pleases.
Tēnā koe, ma'am.
Tēnā koe.
Tēnā koe, Dr. Tione. My name is Miss Te Whenua, and I appear in this inquiry on behalf of two union claimants, the New Zealand Council of Trade Union Runanga and the Runanga for the New Zealand Public Service Association, who is a member of the CTU. So particularly on their part, I'll be asking you some targeted questions with respect to your Chapter 4. I also appear for a hapu claimant, Ngāi Tamatea, who are also interested in this kaupapa. I'm looking at you from time to time. It may look like I'm looking away, but just as a courtesy, just so that you know. Kei te pai?
Okay.
Ka pai. Now you mention at page 98, Cabinet's target of 50% women representation by 2021, and you note that that was achieved in 2020 and each successive year since. Your page 98. Here you refer to the 2018 target set by the Ardern government to increase women's representation on state sector boards and committees to 50% by 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm just getting to the right page.
Sure. Now, this is an important point. It reflects on the point raised by Ms. Ngarimu around the distinction between state sector and public service sector. Now, state sector boards includes all government-owned and government-controlled organisations, for example, government departments, crown entities, but also public schools and universities. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, and whereas public service refers specifically to core government departments and agencies, that's correct, isn't it?
Yes.
So, given that state sector boards includes thousands of voluntary school boards, do you know, or did you discover in your research, how many of the women celebrated in this 50% statistic are holding voluntary board roles?
We did provide, and I'm trying to find the page, a small discussion of school board roles. Sorry, I'm just going to have to search it up because I can't quite recall. Sorry, I'm just having trouble. Oh, here we go. I found the page. So, sorry, your question was around voluntary.
Yeah, my question in particular is whether the percentage of women in voluntary board roles is measured by the Crown.
There is some breakdown of those statistics if you look on page 118 through to 119, and they do show some gendered representation on school boards. We could not find disaggregated data on Wahine Māori specifically. So in terms of the kind of voluntary roles that Wahine Māori might hold there, in terms of what we present in the report, we couldn't find, we don't have that in the report, or couldn't find it at the time.
Thank you. So it follows that there could be a significant percentage of Wahine Māori holding voluntary board roles encapsulated within the statistic. Is that correct?
Yes, there is, but we haven't got that measured. Sorry.
Would you agree that the necessity to measure this on the part of the Crown is important? First of all, is that with respect to that proposition, you'd agree that it's important that this particular disaggregated data should be measured, as you've noted earlier, but with respect to Wahine Māori voluntary board roles?
I would say that yes, voluntary labour should be collected and recorded and analysed, and I think one of the incentives from this might be drawn from that same chapter, but also chapter 5, where we included some anecdotal accounts of the extra cultural labour that Wahine Māori often perform. And while slightly different to being a volunteer on a board, I think the same principle remains true in that Wahine Māori, the work and labour that Wahine Māori do is often unaccounted for or subsumed within the kind of neoliberal desire to document performance in kind of that manner. So while we don't have that kind of voluntary statistic, I think there is anecdotal evidence within the report which suggests that this is something that Wahine Māori do and should be taken into, it needs to be taken into account when we consider not just the collection of data and the knowledge of that, but also how that might be recognised and then how that might be used to inform the types of policy that is important for Wahine Māori in various spaces.
Yes, ka pai. Thank you. So against that backdrop with respect to the disproportionate amount of voluntary work that Wahine Māori already carry out for whānau, for marae, for hapu, iwi and community. This is, in essence,
I think the anecdotal evidence that we present that is in line with that sort of idea tells us that there is a responsibility being held by the Crown as the employer or the executor or the manager of various parts of the public sector to recognise this labour, and that when it's not recognised, there's the potential for wahine Māori to be operating within a system that isn't promoting Rangatiratanga or engaging with their realities and their needs to provide for their whānau, provide for their hapu, their iwi, whatever their community connection is.
Thank you. And would you agree that one way for the Crown to implement that responsibility is to assess whether wahine Māori who sit on public sector boards are paid equitably?
I would say that is the responsibility of the Crown.
And does the Crown apply gender pay equity principles and policy to its own boards? Do you know?
I think the Crown has acknowledged pay inequities in various, and we point to a number of those within our report. And so I think there is a knowledge that wahine Māori often experience pay inequities in relation to Pāngia Māori or in relation to non-Māori or Pākehā members of different boards. Can you remind me of the...
Do you know if the...
Or do they apply the gender pay? I think in principle they have acknowledged this, but in reality there are other factors like what you have indicated towards around extra labour or voluntary action undertaken by wahine Māori.
So it seems your understanding is that they've acknowledged but not applied to their own boards the gender pay equity principles. Is that correct?
In some cases that we found, it didn't appear that this had happened.
Ka pai. And indeed, the kia toipoto, Gender Pay Equities for the Public Service Commission policy that you referred to in your report has now ceased. That's correct, isn't it?
I cannot tell you definitively, I'm sorry.
Hey te pai, and I can put that in writing so that you can look into that if you like. So in the remaining time, I'd like to turn to the nature of women's roles on state sector boards and just drill down a little bit into that subject. Do you know, is the percentage of women in leadership positions on the boards themselves, such as the chair role, recorded by the Crown?
Some of it is, and we do point to some of this in our report. Which I do not know which page number. I'm sorry, I'm just going to
and while you're finding that, I guess my follow-on question, which is more specific, do those statistics look specifically at the percentage of Māori women in those leadership roles on the boards?
We did find some acknowledgement of wahine Māori as it was chairs, wasn't it, on some of these boards? Yes. And I'm just trying to find the page where we put this to because I don't know it off the sorry. Would I be able to send you that page number and reference through writing?
Yes, indeed.
Our discussion of where we point to some of that data around wahine Māori chairs.
Yes, sure. And to drill down further on this line of questioning, does the Crown measure how many individual women are holding both positions on their state sector boards and leadership roles Now, what I'm trying to get to is, as opposed to women in general, how many individual women are holding these roles? Because it's possible, isn't it, that a smaller number of women hold multiple roles across these boards within the state sector.
Yes, so one of the things that we point out in a couple of places in that report is instances, well, there were a few times where we weren't able to completely ascertain how many wahine Māori held multiple roles, but there are some where we can. But we also tried to point out examples of when it was a new appointment. And so an appointment of a new woman perhaps was an indication of a shift or an increase in that. And again, I can't recall the numbers off the top of my head, but I can send you those page numbers and some clarification if that's helpful.
Yes, sure, that's kei te pai. And if there were instances that you couldn't ascertain, it points to the fact that the information is not readily available through the Crown's records, is it?
Well, as far as we were able to cover in our report, yes, that's the case, but yeah.
And would you agree that this is an instance, you used this term earlier in answering questions from my learned friend, Ms. Clark, that where we need to know the realities in depth to be able to respond to them actively. So the proper recording of that type of data is necessary, isn't it, in order for the Crown to be able to respond actively to any deficits that may exist?
Yes, I mean, I think it's important to understand as completely as possible the environment that is needing to be changed, or through which grievances might be occurring. We need to know as completely as possible what that looks like, so we can know what those grievances are, but also how we might change that and what is needed in terms of the types of policy to respond to it.
Thank you. Now, I just have one further line of questioning, and it's with respect to job security for our wahine Māori within the public service. I expect to take 5 minutes, ma'am, and Dr. Tione, for your information, if that's agreeable with you, Judge.
I'm just eyeballing your fellow counsel, and I can't see any signs of obvious consternation about that. So carry on, Mr. Fenner, with 5 minutes. I think we can stand.
5 minutes, thank you. And if there's any residual questions, of course, I'll put those in writing. Now, Dr. Tione, I'm looking at page 101 of your report where you refer to Section 73 of the Public Service Act, which requires chief executives of Crown departments to, now, are you looking, sorry, I'm just looking, have you got the section there in front of you, or the reference, page 101? This is where you refer to Section 73 of the Public Service Act. Well, it's one place where you refer to it, and again later in your report, but that section requires chief executives of Crown departments to operate an employment policy containing provisions generally accepted as necessary for the fair and proper treatment of employees in all aspects of their employment, including for the recognition of the aims and aspirations of Māori. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I'm not sure if I'm in the same
place. Sorry. Allow me to read it out to you. You're aware of this section, and I'll read that out. It may well be, you don't necessarily need to turn to the page. So we're looking at this particular piece of legislation that was groundbreaking at its time, which introduced the notion that chief executives of Crown departments were required to operate employment policies which now recognise the aims and aspirations of Māori. Correct?
Yes.
And the employment requirements of Māori, and the need for greater involvement of Māori in the public service. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, Against that backdrop, what I'm going to do in the interest of time is take you through some steps that the present government took. And I'd like you to confirm whether, in your view, these policies had a detrimental effect on the employment of wahine Māori within the public service, despite the existence of Section 73. For example, whether these policies affect the job security of wahine Māori, the nature of their roles, and the ability for wahine Māori to give effect to tikanga in the workplace. Now, the first one is the disestablishment of te aka whai ora. Do you agree that had a detrimental effect on those aspects I've just read out with respect to wahine Māori and their employment in the public service?
I can't speak specifically to the direct impact on wahine Māori, but generally speaking, the disestablishment of te aka whai ora perhaps indicates a step away from developing structures of Rangatiratanga that respond more directly to Māori societies, including wahine Māori.
Within your report, you acknowledge, though, that wahine Māori are significant employees in the health sector. You do, don't you? That's correct.
Yeah.
And the disestablishment of te aka whai ora led to employees in the Māori health sector losing their jobs. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes.
Ka pai. Do you agree that the reduction in the funding and scope of Te Arawhiti, which supports the Crown in its treaty relationships with Māori, negatively impacted kaimahi Māori within the public service, including through job loss?
I think, again, this is not something we specifically highlight, but I think the chances are high that it has negatively impacted Māori who were employed through Te Arawhiti.
Yes, because the reduction in funding for public service required the public service to make budget cuts, didn't it? Of around 6.5 to 7.5%. Now, I acknowledge this is outside of the scope, in fact, just outside of the scope of your report. Your report is dated or received October 2023. These policies were introduced by the incoming present government just after that, but it's broadly accepted, widely known, isn't it, that the budget cuts of around 6.5 to 7.5% required of the public service required them to reduce their spending, and that was done through job cuts. You accept that, don't you?
I can't speak to that and specifically in relation, and I don't have the exact percentages, but I'm aware that there was an impact from the budget cuts.
And that Te Arawhiti is a primary employer of Māori. You'd agree?
Yes.
And Te Arawhiti received a significant reduction in funding and scope, which required it to exact job cuts.
Yes,
you're aware of that?
It's outside of the scope of my report, so I'm hesitant to make claims when I don't have that.
Yeah, Mr. Whenua, Mr. Whenua, I think we're sort of venturing into a slightly. You're asking Ms. Tioni to speculate somewhat. So let's move to wind things up, please.
Thank you. I'll close on this line of questioning with this overriding point that kaimahi Māori within the public sector experience oscillating Crown policy toward wahine Māori employment. Would you agree? Over the coverage of your report, policies have ebbed and flowed towards closing gaps and disparities experienced by wahine Māori.
As far as we could tell, there are numerous sort of shifts and changes across policy, and one of our sort of overarching positions was that there's been this ad hoc response to wahine Māori. So I would agree that there has been sort of at times changes in how this has looked within the public sector.
That up and down, that oscillation in and of itself causes hardship. Would you agree with that?
I think when there is sort of insecurity, or people aren't sure of the position that wahine Māori will or could hold within the public sector, that has the potential to have a negative impact on wahine Māori when changes might occur in relation to the position that wahine Māori hold or could hold.
Thank you. And my final question, would you agree that that oscillation puts wahine Māori in compounding positions of vulnerability over and above those which exist between Māori generally and the Crown as an employer and other wahine and the Crown as an employer? Compounding positions of vulnerability. Go for it, sorry.
I think some of the evidence that we collected for this report tells us that wahine Māori often have extra responsibilities placed on them, and so there is a chance that with this kind of oscillation, as you refer to, that could compound some of the challenges that already exist for wahine Māori, whether that be, and we document a small number of those in the report, around discrimination based on race and gender, which is a particular type of discrimination that wahine Māori experience that perhaps others do not in the same way. So I think there could likely be a compounding of that with these kind of changes that have occurred.
Thank you. Those are my questions. Tēnā tātou.
Ngā mihi.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Whenua. That leaves us with only about 5 minutes before lunchtime, so which illustrates some of the challenges we're facing here to get through the cross-examination in the course of this day. So who's scheduled to go next?
Dixon.
It's me, Kelly Dixon.
Yeah, so, I mean, you know, I don't know what the utility is of asking a question before the few minutes that are left. We could, what is our time now? Yeah, I mean, it's 5 to 1. I think probably we should break now. But, you know, as I said, I'm essentially asking you to self-manage time. And if everybody's 10 minutes turns into 20 minutes or half an hour, you know, we've got a problem. So, you know, these are your estimates. And, you know, it's not, you know, I don't want to be popping up and down saying, ringing a bell. So, you know, and obviously I'm aware that as we've proceeded through, there are probably questions that have been asked which mean that they don't need to be asked in subsequent examinations, and nor do I want to unreasonably limit you. But, you know, this is the time package we have, and I would be reluctant to ask Dr. Tioni whether she would be prepared to come back tomorrow. So we really need to try and get all the cross-examination done today. That might mean that we're sitting later than is scheduled. So I'm just signalling that now.
Tēnā koe Iona. We have had a conversation amongst Claimant Council, and we'll continue over the break. It's a bit echoey, sorry. But some council are indicating that they will put their questions in writing to ensure we keep to schedule, and over the course of the break we can look at how that actually looks and perhaps come back to you. But we're very mindful of that. We don't want to keep Dr. Tioni beyond her time. So we will work amongst that and appreciate that reminder to keep within the times allocated to us.
Well, I was trying to see all the signs of real
Panic?
and I couldn't pick it up otherwise I would have intervened.
Yes.
So if you want me to be that interventionist, I will. If we're going to keep to the 10-minute thing, but that does seem a little bit, you know.
Yeah. I think we are working as best we can amongst ourselves, and we'll keep the emails going to see what that looks like. But we are mindful of our times, and we will collectively work to.
Okay. I just want to make sure everyone gets a fair chance to get their, their questions away. Yes. So anyway, let's take the lunch break now. We're going to shorten the lunch break by 15 minutes, so we'll be back at 1:45 just to give us a little bit more time there. And if you could just update me briefly, either update me during that time, during the lunch break, or at the beginning of the next session. Okay?
Tēnā koe, Mum. Thank you.
Thank you. Time to recommence this session with the Claimant Council cross-examination of Dr. Tione. I've received an update from Ms Sherrington over the break in terms of how Claimant Council have organised them so that we're able to get through the questioning today. And now we are going to hear from...
Your Honour, apologies, it's Ms Uanestrap here. If you are addressing everybody, we cannot hear you. It appears you're on mute.
Okay. All right. Oh, we're on mute. We're on mute. Okay. Tēnā anō tātou. Just to say, I've heard from Ms Sherrington over the break in terms of an update for how Council plan to, Claimant Council plan to move through the remaining cross-examination during the afternoon session to leave time for Crown to complete their questioning during today, hopefully with the outcome that there's no necessity for Dr. Tione to return tomorrow. So I was just going to pass now, I believe it's Ms Dixon, who's going to commence her questioning. Kia koe, Ms Dixon.
Tēnā koe. Your Honour, tēnā anō hoki koe, kia koe Dr. Tione, ko Kelly Dixon tōku ingoa, kei konei a hau mō te rōpū wahine Māori toko i te ora, the Māori Women's Welfare League. Dr. Tione, I'm going to skip through a few things that I had wanted to talk to you about, but the focus for me is really on your chapter 5, and I guess I wanted to begin by grounding my questions in the mahi of the League and taking you to your page 169. You have that, the hand.
Yes, sorry. Yes, I'm there now.
So at the bottom of that page, you set out there that wahine Māori often focused on more local whānau-oriented issues and campaigns in order to institute change. And you also identify the Māori Women's Welfare League as an example of that. I was interested in your position in terms of beyond the local level community work that you note. You'd agree, wouldn't you, that the work of the Māori Women's Welfare League has also extended into issues of national and international significance?
Yes, and I think we do point to some of the Māori Women's Welfare League's engagement with within the UN is an example of that. The free trade agreement too, I think, is an example we point to. So yes, I do agree that there is national and international significance for the League.
And so moving to your page 170, just at the bottom of that first paragraph there, you've noted the objectives of the League, including the general goals encompassing health, education and development, and noted that the main object is to provide and promote transformational leadership. Now, the witness for the League in week 1, Dr. Aroha Harris, has been quite critical of the narrow focus that often gets applied to the work of the League from government agencies. Are you familiar with her evidence and that criticism?
Generally of the criticism, sorry, but I wouldn't say I'm in a position to speak specifically to her viewpoints.
It's fine. If I go back then to the objectives that you've set out there, you'd agree, wouldn't you, that the objectives really highlight and reflect the areas where the League has identified need, where inequities exist and are being experienced by wahine Māori?
Yes, I would agree with that statement.
And further to that, during week 1, it was the evidence of the past and present national presidents of the League, I believe it's Appellation C002, at their page 9, that the Māori Women's Welfare League has often had to step where the Crown has not met its obligations under Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Do you have any comment to make on this position in terms of where specifically the Crown has not met its obligations? I guess that's quite a big question. So in terms of the evidence, has the evidence been quite scant, or is it ad hoc as to the Crown's inaction or action in this area?
I'm sorry, could you just specify what exactly you're meaning by the area you're wanting some commentary on the Māori Women's Welfare League input, is it, or?
On the Crown's a failure basically to meet its obligations in those key areas.
Mm-hmm.
Was the evidence quite ad hoc as to the engagement that it was having with the League in relation to those specific areas?
So yes, our research showed us that while the Māori Women's Welfare League have sort of been a consistent voice of advocacy external to government, and that there has been an ad hoc acknowledgement of the role that they play. So if you look to I think it's Appendix C, where we kind of did a review of mentions of wahine Māori across various parts of the organisation, the ministry rather. There is some mention of Māori Women's Welfare League, but not consistent. There are some examples of where Māori Women's Welfare League are asked to consult, but we also note that in our review of the role that the Māori Women's Welfare League has held, that there has been some accounts by the League itself that consultation has been limited in terms of how it impacts policy. And so while the Māori Women's Welfare League have held a role in engaging with Manatū Wahine, it has not always been clear how that role and that relationship has produced policy that is grounded in the knowledge and systems that the Māori Women's Welfare League hold. Or held, sorry, in this case.
Thank you. And I guess further to that, at page 171, you're describing there the connection into wahine Māori that the League provided, which was, you say there, consistently in use by the ministry. Can you comment on what you're meaning there by the connection into wahine Māori?
Are you referring to the sentence, the Mahi Orite Utu Tōkeke Pay Equity for Women document? Is this where we're at? It was published specifically for discussion. Okay, thank you. In this point, we're just making honing in on the point that that the League, the Māori Women's Welfare League, does hold a specific position in society that is perhaps closer to the realities of wahine Māori by nature of what the Māori Women's Welfare League is, and therefore might provide a bridge, if you will, into some of those realities.
So that's kind of delving into, if I can paraphrase what you just said, in terms of the reach that is acknowledged by Manatū Wahine that the Māori Women's Welfare League has across different layers of communities, different layers of society, and the profile and track record that it also holds. That's the connection that it's acknowledging. Is that correct?
Yes, we found that there was recognition that the Māori Women's Welfare League held a very specific and important place within society, and one that was grounded in the realities of Wahine Māori and whānau. And to some extent, this has been recognised by the Crown in different ways. But again, how that might manifest in policy or change was not always clear. And I think to come back to your original, where you pointed me to earlier around the Māori Women's Welfare League being fundamentally about developing transformational leadership for women. I think this, as being the overarching sort of purpose of the Māori Women's Welfare League, has not been met in relation to that relationship with the Crown.
Mm. I guess in terms of the evidence that was put, I think, in answer to questions of the panel of the national presidents during week one, the former national president, Prue Kapua, referred to the COVID time when the Crown was very much in a phase of wanting to utilise the profile, skills, expertise and reach of the League to get into the communities that they couldn't, or that it couldn't. And then those connections have waned over time. Would you agree that the nature of the relationship has been absolutely that this is a situation where the League is at the whim of different governments that come and go?
I can't speak specifically to the COVID times that you referenced. It's beyond the scope of this report. But the evidence that we do present aligns with that concern in terms of, as I said earlier, the ad hoc nature of engagement with the Māori Women's Welfare League. To draw on a phrase from the previous council, the same kind of oscillations that have characterised in many ways Wahine Māori identification by the Crown within the public service. I think that holds true too for the way that the Māori Women's Welfare League have been treated. And to sort of speak now broadly to a theme of the report is that while there are examples of where the Māori Women's Welfare League have been engaged with by the Crown, it's not a structural relationship per se. And so like you suggest, it is at the whims of the political desires of the time.
And you'd agree then that leaves a national organisation like the League in quite a disadvantaged position in terms of the ability to fulfil some of the objectives that it seeks to achieve?
I would say in terms of, so again, pointing to the objectives that you highlighted at the start, I think if you were to consider Māori women's transformational leadership as being the core part or a core part of what the Māori Women's Welfare League does, then that needs to permeate all elements of how public life occurs, both within the Crown's jurisdiction, but also outside of that, in terms of some of the perhaps closer work that the Māori Women's Welfare League does with whānau or Māori communities. And so if the Māori Women's Welfare League have not been able to fully live that objective and cultivate that objective, then that suggests perhaps a limiting in terms of their relationship with the Crown.
I'm just conscious of the time and that how quickly that 10 minutes or 15 minutes went. So I am going to conclude just on one final partai for you. And that's kind of going to the questions that my learned friend Ms. Clark has already put to you in terms of structures and the design of that structure. You'd agree that the design and the fulfilment of that must come from wahine Māori primarily in order to provide for rangatiratanga, whether that's with hapu, whether that's with a national organisation like the League, and that the Crown must support that in any way that it can.
Rangatiratanga is to be met, then it has to encapsulate the rangatiratanga of the diverse communities within Te Ao Māori, male, female, gender diverse. And so if, in this case, the rangatiratanga of wahine Māori is inhibited or unable or not at the starting point of where a structure is designed or implemented, then the likelihood is, and the historical nature tells us that wahine Māori are likely to be disadvantaged in that context.
Ngā mihi nui, Dr. Tione. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Ngā mihi nui.
Thank you, Ms. Dixon. Now, who do we have next?
We're legal, ma'am. Just Ms. Hauraki on screen.
Oh, Ms. Hauraki. Kia koe.
Tēnā koe, Oana. Tēnā koe, Dr. Tione. Thank you very much for your evidence so far today. Given the time restrictions that I have, I'm going to be jumping around a little bit, so I apologise for that in advance, but I'm not going to take you to particular parts of your report. I'm just going to pose these questions at a sort of higher level to save on time. So actually wanted to start by picking up on an exchange that you had earlier this morning with one of the tribunal members, Ms. Ngarimu, in terms of the proactive action that we can see in sort of spaces outside of government to increase wahine Māori representation. And you spoke a little bit with her about why that might not be happening in government. And do you think that that is in part affected by the merits-based frameworks, I suppose, that are applied in government or in appointment processes in central government, and how generally that impacts how we value things like gender and race?
I'm not sure if I am completely can completely recall the conversation you refer to, but in terms of your question around meritocracy, I think that there are a few examples in our report which tell us that meritocracy is still one of the perhaps one of the core measuring point for how appointment and nomination might occur, and perhaps some of the legislation around how nomination occurs, while there is some discussion of diversity and inclusion that we highlight within some of that legislation, again, like the point that I've sort of expressed throughout today, there hasn't been the acknowledgement of specifically to wahine Māori, and maybe to your point around merit could be that the measures of meritocracy for wahine Māori might look slightly different to other measures that are employed within a system where the existing leadership still has control, or it has a significant control over who is appointed and why.
Yes, and I think Ms. Clark took you through a number of those sort of initiatives that have been aimed at generally increasing diversity in board appointments and the such. And what I think you're suggesting in your report and in some of the answers you've given today is that essentially there's a bit of a disconnect there between these initiatives on one hand and what we're actually seeing in terms of those appointments. So they're not really speaking to each other for whatever reason.
Could you just clarify the examples you're talking to? I've just
So Ms. Clark took you through some of the initiatives that have been aimed at, I guess, increasing consideration of diversity in board appointments. So she pointed to things like the Cabinet Circular and those types of examples. But even with those initiatives in place, I guess what we're seeing is that there is still a disconnect between those types of initiatives and what's actually playing out in terms of appointments.
Oh, thank you. Sorry. Yes, thank you for the clarification. Yes, so like we talked about earlier, while we can see some examples where the Crown has provided a report or a cabinet piece, none of this in our research showed a structural change. And so they were sort of ad hoc in nature, which limits their ability to have sustained impact for Wahine Māori within those positions. And so perhaps that's a disconnect between what is done and proposed and the realities that Wahine Māori face.
So the interventions that we have so far are basically not achieving sort of the types of equitable representation that we'd want to see is what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, there is still a sort of limit in how much those interventions have improved the diverse and the broad scope of Wahine Māori representation, employment, and so forth within the public sector.
And this goes to my next question, which is what I think you suggested in another exchange. This was more in the context of political parties and, whether you would just introduce a quota or something like that. And I think the comment that you made is that we've identified a number of issues. When you narrow down to try and find solutions, those can also be problematic. So introducing a quota in and of itself is potentially a tricky thing to do. And so what I took from that is that based on your research and your analysis is that what we need is a much more fundamental reset of our system settings. Is that a fair summary of your position?
Yes, I mean, I think, the idea of a quota is one possible avenue, but I would agree that actually there is other more structural work that needs to be addressed at the same time if the quota is in fact, the outcome and the option, and I wouldn't say, I haven't, in our report, we haven't provided a recommendation of that nature. But that, again, this comes back to that one of the core challenges across the public sector is while we can point to some examples where the Crown has enabled Wahine Māori to operate in certain ways, that there is not an example of this being a structural change. And so, like I've said, the ability for then it to be reversed or, dissolved, as in the case of Te Hu Whakatupu, this has kind of characterised that 30-year period that we cover.
Yes, and I think you talked about it also in the sense that we need to create incentives within the broader public sector to kind of influence these outcomes, such as the membership of political parties, etc., that are sort of happening outside of the Crown directly. And this might be a question that I follow up in writing because I think it's a big question. It's probably quite hard to answer on the spot. But I wondered whether, reflecting on the research that you've done, whether you had any views of where or how in the broader public sector you could effectively situate those conditions or create those incentives, because I think that is one of the things that this tribunal will have to grapple with.
So sorry, just to clarify the question, you're asking if I have any suggestion on what would need to be changed or amended within the broader public sector to...
How do you create those incentives? Yeah. It's okay if you don't have an answer on the spot. That's a very big question.
I mean, I don't have an overall answer for what the future of the public sector might look like. But again, as I discussed earlier with Council, I think there are some important learnings that tell us a little bit about what structural change might include. And, you know, the example of the Runanga Quia might be one. The example of the nomination and appointment process at the beginning of Te Oku Whakatupu might be another, that indicate what some of the important values that would need to be highlighted in terms of what the actual change might be. So, yeah, I'm sorry, that's a broad answer, but I think...
Thank you. And my last set of questions is... Oh, sorry. I just interrupted you.
No, go ahead.
Okay. Just my last set of questions is really picking up on some of the points made in Chapter 6 around treaty settlements. And I just had a question in relation to the data, accepting that the data that is available is relatively limited. But in terms of the data that you did manage to review in respect of Wahine Māori that were signatories to deeds of settlement, I wondered whether you were able to tell from that data in what capacity they had signed those deeds. So was it as trustees of a post-settlement governance entity? Was it as mandated negotiators? Was it as trustees of a mandated negotiating entity? Because that might be able to tell us maybe not very much, but something about the ways in which they were involved in those settlement negotiations. Could you tell from the data that you looked at?
Yeah, thank you for the question. From memory, some of them did specify where each individual sat and, you know, whether they were a representative of an iwi, a hapua marae, but it wasn't always consistent. So there was not a single way that each individual, what their attributions might have been. Yes, I agree. There is probably some deeper reading into it, depending on where each of those came into it.
Yeah, and just my last question, sort of stepping back a little bit and looking at treaty settlements. You have talked this morning with my friends around the Crown dictating the framework within which those settlements are negotiated in the context of the large natural grouping policy that's applied in treaty settlement. But I guess I just wanted to test with you, because it's also the case, isn't it, that the Crown has quite a significant role in determining how post-settlement governance entities are designed and structured.
Yes.
Yes, so I guess in terms of, if we think about the Red Book, which I form part of your review for this report, what is clear from that is that the Crown actually sets requirements around post-settlement governance entities. So it's not open to iwi to just structure themselves however they want.
Yes, that is the case. And I think there is also, in the same way that there has been critique and criticism of the settlements process itself, there is also similar critique around the structure of a post-settlement governance entity and the expectations that they have to abide by in terms of both how they connect with the Crown, but also how members of those post-settlement governance entities connect to the entity itself. And much of that sits within sort of a legal Western or the legal framework that the Crown applies to a governance entity.
Yes, and so I think my point is that on the one hand, PSGEs go on and have a life of their own, which perhaps the Crown is not part of, but the Crown does have a pretty significant role in how those entities come to be formed, and sets pretty rigid requirements around that. You'd agree with that?
Yes. I think my other thing to add to your point about post-settlement government entities, having a life of their own post-settlement, as you said, is that while that may be true, they still are one of the central points through which partnership is manifested and managed. And so while there may be operations that remain distinct to that iwi or that entity itself, they are still, from conception, meant to be holding up this idea of partnership between Māori and the Crown. And so the control that the Crown might have over the nature of post-settlement also impacts some control over the partnership itself.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I think I'm completely at my time now, so I will leave it there, but thank you very much for your answers today and for your evidence.
Thank you, Ms. Hauraki. Where are we going now? Ms. Cherington.
I'll just make sure before I start that you can see me. I'm quite tall. Shall I put my computer down where you can see me?
We seem to be facing the tribunal, the camera.
Okay, sorry. Take a step back regardless.
Can see you now.
See me? Perfect. Well, tēnā koe, Dr. Tione. My name is Ms. Cherington, and I represent two claimant groups in this inquiry. They are Te Runanga o Ngāti Hine and Te Kapotai, who are hapu and iwi based in Taitokiro here. So it's from their perspective that I ask my questions today. And due to timing, I'm only going to cover one kaupapa with you, and that's in relation to the limitations of your report, which you discussed briefly with the tribunal this morning. So you mentioned that one of the limitations of your report is that distinct iwi, hapu, whānau and individual experiences have not been able to be covered, and just for the record, that's at page 27. And our clients are grateful that that has been acknowledged, because their evidence in this inquiry is that their wahine have been uniquely impacted by the Crown's actions and inactions. And I appreciate that you don't explore it in your report, but from your research, would you agree with that as a basic premise, that hapu and iwi experience distinct impacts as a result of Crown action or inaction in relation to wahine governance and access to decision-making roles?
Yes, I would agree with that point, and it was for that. Oh wait, something's going strange with the camera. Oh, there we go. It was for that reason that, given the time constraints of this report, that we didn't delve into that diversity. We felt that some of those kōrero were probably best managed by iwi or hapu themselves. But it is as I spoke about earlier with Professor Tuhiwai Smith, it is one of the core features of how wahine Māori and the Crown, maybe in the public sector, that is one of the core features that I think and believe needs greater research.
Thank you. And if you're looking at that research, would you expect, or would you agree, at least from the impacts that you did find in your report, that the impacts of access to representation are likely to impact wahine Māori at varying levels in terms of how they're impacted as individuals, how they're impacted in terms of the hapu and whānau and iwi units, that there's varying layers and levels of impact there? Would you accept that?
Yes, I would. And while that was not sort of a a core element that we drew from the account. We do provide some layering to that. So, you know, for example, we do highlight different instances where individual wahine may have faced specific discrimination based on their Māoritanga, for example. So some of the, you know, we provide some quotes from Deputy Mayor Jill Day, when she was the Deputy Mayor, speaking to that individual kind of discrimination that she received. But yes, I think there will be there are layered impacts to this, and that the role that wahine Māori have played in Māori society would make those quite distinct to perhaps other demographic groups. So the nature of those layers for wahine Māori are likely to look very differently to those layers for Pākehā women, for example, or Pākehā men, for example.
Yeah, and I suppose that's what we wanted to explore with you, is that difference in those layers, particularly where, from our claimants' perspectives, you know, they live in quite remote locations. They are based in quite remote locations, so they would face other barriers such as access to employment or educational opportunities, those types of things that would generally put people perhaps on a pathway to acquiring, you know, roles in decision-making spaces or governance spaces. So I just wanted to ask whether you had a comment on that. Would you agree with that in light of your research, whether that's an added barrier as well?
Yes, so in the report, we quoted one of the CGOR reports, I believe, where they highlighted, amongst numerous impacts on gender, they highlighted ethnicity, so Māoritanga, but also living rurally, and that these might be compounding factors for, and we sort of drew that out to say that there might be compounding factors for wahine Māori who live rurally, for example. Mm-hmm. I think also one of the other challenges with one of the realities of the public sector is that the Crown has the role to determine which parts of the public are a focal point for policy. And so, as you mentioned, I think if there are factors like living rural, high unemployment, in the case that you've presented, that this kind of adds another layer to how the public sector should or could respond, and then also influence the type of change, if a change is needed, that may be necessary.
Thank you, because we've spoken a bit about that today, haven't we? The Crown policies and how they go hand in hand with social changes. And you also mentioned a bunch of, you know, firsts for wahine Māori in your report that signal, you know, I think you use them to fill data gaps. But my final sort of proposition, if you will, is that, you know, those firsts, they don't necessarily represent policy change, but are a reflection of social change or social progress, or what our clients would say, wahine and iwi resistance. Would you agree with that?
Yes, and I think probably, so each of those firsts that we document, there will be a different route to that success, to that wahine Māori being there, and those are sort of the individual and the whānau stories within that. Our kind of overarching point with speaking to those firsts, two of the points was, one, that we weren't always able to find the full picture of each of those. So for mayors, we weren't able to find the full picture of how many wahine Māori mayors there have been, but we were able to point to a first within that time frame. And so this sort of tells us something around how historically exclusive structures continue to dominate if within the 30 contemporary period, the 30-year period, there are still numerous firsts right up until 2022, when we point to the two wahine Māori regional chairs who were the first to be appointed that year.
I suppose the only reason I put that to you like that in reference to the firsts was because, you know, if we were looking at our clients who have a range of barriers from being remotely based, and they feature in those firsts, it's really a testament, and I want to move away from the Crown in this instance.
I can still see you.
Oh, ka pai. I want to, and that it's a testament to their resilience rather than Crown elevation or Crown policy.
Yes, I would agree, and that was sort of why we had two overarching questions that we asked. The first to kind of draw the picture of what Wahine Māori representation or leadership has looked like, and the second to ascertain to what extent has the Crown enabled that to occur. Because a number of the accounts that we draw out in the report suggest that it's from the work of Wahine Māori and their communities that those instances, those increases happened, not because the Crown specifically acknowledged and enabled that to happen.
Tēnā koe, Dr. Tione. Nei rā te mihi kia koe mō tō mahi. Whakahirahira i mui a tātou. Thank you, those are my questions.
Ngā mihi.
Thank you, Ms. Cherrington. I think we have Ms. Peters now. Kia ora.
Tēnā koe, Dr. Tione. Can you see and hear me? Ka pai. Ko Ihipira Peters ahau. I'm here representing the Y3003 claim, which is a claim by Nora Rameka, Rukuwai Allen and Heni Te Matikoiwi, all wahine Māori from various hapu in Te Tai Tokerau. And their kai kōrero will be presenting in next week's hearing in Pōneke. In terms of the Rangatiratanga Pou, I wanted to briefly refer back to your exchange with my friend Ms. Clark, where you discussed the relationship between representation and rangatiratanga. And you said that representation can form a layer of rangatiratanga, but that it is not an end in itself. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Would you agree that rangatiratanga is a concept grounded in tikanga Māori, whakapapa and relationships, both between people and the taiao, rather than being defined solely by institutional roles or positions?
Yes.
So for representation to contribute meaningfully to rangatiratanga within Crown institutions or Crown governance structures, would you agree that it must occur within institutions that actually allow authority to be exercised as defined by wahine Māori?
Yes.
And you would agree that representation within Crown governance structures do not in itself mean that rangatiratanga is being upheld?
Yes, I would agree with that statement. In line with what I said with Council earlier, representation is not the aspiration, it is not the ultimate goal. And so it is not the same as rangatiratanga. It may be part of that, and it may be part of the journey towards rangatiratanga, but it is not rangatiratanga in its full sense.
So where rangatiratanga is the issue, as it is for my claimants, the focus then is not only on who is present in those structures, but also on what authority those institutions,
as well as a small amount of anecdotal evidence from wahine Māori speaking to the fact that they had tried but failed to be elected within some of the general wards.
Tēnā koe. Just a couple more questions. In terms of turning to the institutions and the appointments to Crown boards and entities, where those are ultimately controlled by ministers or the Crown, in your research, in terms of those appointment processes, you didn't find anything to suggest that it requires recognition of tikanga-based wahine Māori authority, did you?
There was mention of inclusion and diversity of the Treaty of Waitangi, but nothing specific to wahine Māori tikanga.
Ka pai. And my final question, so taken together, your evidence shows that discretionary, neutral or policy-only approaches have not been sufficient to protect Wahine Māori Rangatiratanga. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I think as you've kind of premised, rangatiratanga is something that is sourced within our Māori communities and, you know, can exist external to the state or external to the Crown. And we didn't find any evidence that structurally implemented the aspirations of rangatiratanga that we assume iwi and hapu have.
Ka pai, tēnā koe I au whakautu I tēnei rā. Ngā mihi.
Ngā mihi.
Ngā mihi, Ms Peters. Now, I think we are going to Sykes and Co or Kaupari Law? No, Sykes and Co.
Yes, ma'am, I believe they might be online. However, I'll just wait to see if they're over here first, actually, before I...
Yep. I can't see a screen of the other council, so... Do we have counsel from Sykes and Co? Right, it doesn't appear so.
Your Honour, sorry if I may address
Yes.
you. We did hear from Ms Sykes over the break, and she did indicate that she had some questions and that she would be willing to put them in writing should time not enable her to, you know, put them in, speak to them today. So I'm just indicating now that that might be the intention, and if we can also
Yes.
get a blanket request, a blanket leave for council to put their questions in writing.
Absolutely, and I'll cover that, if not the end of today, certainly at the end of the hearing tomorrow, just what the times. We do have some dates in a process in mind for that, so don't worry, that will be covered. I think we'll all be putting questions in writing. All right, well, it seems to me that Sykes and Co are going to put those questions in writing and are no longer present. So I think that brings us then to cross-examination from the Crown. 2:35, I think we're pretty much in time. I'm just very aware that Dr. Tione, it's been a really long day. How are you doing? Would you like to take a short break, 5 minutes before we commence Crown? We can do that if you like. We're running fairly much to time now, I think.
I think I'm happy to keep going at this point.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Well, in that case, I will pass now to the Crown to commence their questions. Ms Dean.
Your Honour, could I perhaps request 2 minutes, just we might rearrange ourselves so that we're in the prime spot for having a good dialogue.
All right. Well, we're just going to do a bit of rearrangement in the whare now. Yeah.
Apologies, Ms Dean. This is Mizu and East Hope speaking. I've just had a technical issue with our camera here, so I'll just sort that. Shouldn't take longer than a moment more.
Okay, Te Pai.
Can you see us okay?
Yes, that looks good, Ms. Yeah, that looks great. Thanks, Mizu and East Hope.
Thank you. Dr. Tione, thank you for your evidence and for the kōrero today, and I acknowledge we're in the afternoon, post-lunch, long day slot, so thank you for your perseverance. My name is Ms Dean. I'm one of the lawyers for the Crown today. We're going to take the approach of sort of going chapter by chapter, and we've split it up between the three of us who are here today. So I'll be asking you some questions about chapters, the introductory chapter, the chapter on the legislature, and then the chapter on Crown bodies, and then my colleagues will talk to the rest of the chapters. Just as a opening question for the record, interested in understanding a bit more your methodology, in particular who you were working with on this report, the particular expertise that you called on, and whether you had any kind of review process built into the development of your research.
So the two wahine Māori who supported this report were Dr. Carrie Clifford, who is a psychologist in the clinical lead at Oratua. Her particular expertise outside of her clinical work in psychology has been around understanding wahine Māori pūrākau in relation to mental health. Maya Merriman Camp, they are a PhD, or just recently submitted their PhD, and I think towards the end of our commission, they were employed by the Waitangi Tribunal as a research assistant. And their particular expertise has been around Māori gender diversity, Rangatiratanga, aspects of wahine Māoritanga, and the various kind of manifestations of that, particularly in relation to Māori bodies.
Thank you, and could you talk a little bit about your own research expertise, particular research topics of expertise?
So my PhD was on Māori and local government, particularly in relation to my own iwi here in Whanganui-Atara, and sort of tracing the various ways that we have engaged with different local governments in this area. I have worked on some United Nations work, where in particular I engaged with wahine Māori, the role of wahine Māori in relation to climate change and in relation to other Indigenous wahine. I worked on, currently work on a large national grant around Hainga and Rangatahi Māori, as well as continuing on some of my research into local government. So while not in this report, been extending on some of the recent changes to local government legislation.
I'd now like to ask you some questions about the introductory section of your report. So this is chapter 1. And I have a couple of questions arising from pages 10 and 11, so right at the very beginning. So on these pages you say there's a general acceptance within secondary academic literature examined for your report that wahine Māori have been deprived of guaranteed leadership positions in the public sector. And you say your report reflects on what policies and practices the Crown has developed to ensure Wahine Māori will continue to have equal and guaranteed opportunities to lead in the public sector. You then go on to say there are few examples of the Crown enabling Wahine Māori guaranteed access to leadership roles. And so I'd like to ask, it seems the benchmark you've used in your report is that for Wahine Māori participation is that it must be guaranteed at a particular level by legislation or by other formal systems, that it is certain to occur. Your report assumes that quotas are a necessity, doesn't it?
I don't think we use the word quotas, so I wouldn't say that that's what we propose. I think the reference to guarantee is that some of what our report traces is the changes that can occur that impact Wahine Māori, and so without there being a structural guarantee of Wahine Māori representation in various aspects, then that could shift dramatically depending on the political climate. Yes, sorry, I'm not sure if I've...
If you're not necessarily assuming quotas, can I ask what the mechanisms you're suggesting might be to guarantee or ensure representation?
Our report was not aimed at providing specific recommendations. It was a report that examined a certain time period, 1990 to 2020. So I don't have a recommendation, a specific structural recommendation to offer you, because I believe that's probably something that needs to be considered within the whole context of the Mana Wahine inquiry, not just the research that we did.
Are you aware of the wide variety of different employment voting processes that result in people being in leadership positions in the public service, including the executive branch, the legislative branch, the wider public service?
I'm not sure the wide variety of voting. Sorry?
My question is, are you aware that there's lots of different ways in which people have leadership positions? So some might be through an appointment process through ministers, some might be through a public democratic election process, some might be through being employed. Yes,
and I think we make reference to some of that diversity within our report. Voting, sort of the legislation which speaks to the minister's role, to CE's role in appointments, to senior leadership in appointments.
There are fundamental principles of constitutionalism that underpin some of the appointment and election voting processes that you talk about. These have been set out in a document provided in a different tribunal inquiry. There's a statement of position of the Crown's principles of constitutionalism, which hasn't been filed in this inquiry, but I might just make brief reference to it because it summarises some of these key principles, and I'm happy to file a copy subsequently. The particular principles I thought were engaged by some of these processes and some of your report. But firstly, the principle of representative government and democracy, it being an underlying principle of New Zealand's key constitutional conventions. Elected representatives have a mandate to make decisions that bind everyone. They are electorally accountable to everyone. Through representative government, the government seeks to balance diverse interests and perspectives across the whole population while remaining accountable to the electorate. In relation to this particular principle, I was interested in how you saw this sitting alongside the idea of quotas, which, as you've clarified, you say are one possible avenue.
I'm sorry, I've not read the document you're referring to, so I'm struggling to follow your reference to it. Could you put that into a more simple question, please?
Yes, and I can provide the document and put the question in writing. I mean, at its heart, it's just that there are principles, fundamental principles of democracy and representative democracy that shape the electoral system and how people become MPs. And I'm just interested in how that sits alongside the idea of quotas. But if you don't have an answer now, I'm happy to put it in writing.
Yes, but only to further reiterate my point that we don't discuss quotas or recommend quotas in the report. And so in terms of my views on quotas, I don't really have much more to add to that.
Are you aware of the principle of the separation of powers?
In terms of
the constitutional principle that there's a sort of separation between the executive, the judiciary and the legislature.
Yes.
You've talked a little bit about how changes might be made, for example, in respect of political party lists, things like that. And I was wondering if you had any reflection on how that might impact the principle of the separation of powers. Given the separation of powers is that the legislature and the executive function separately.
And so you're interested in how that impacts political party policy for leadership? Is that where we're...
Some of the discussion today has been about potential levers, I suppose, for influencing and increasing and ensuring, guaranteeing Wahine Māori representation in a number of different forums. And part of the discussion has been, and it's in your report, about party list processes and the different sorts of documents that guide that. I suppose my suggestion is that to suggest the Crown has some role to interfere or control that would be inconsistent with the separation of powers, and I wanted to test that with you.
Your Honour, I'm sort of always loath to interject, but I do think that is asking Dr. Tione to reflect on what I see as a legal proposition. I think that's a submission that the Crown can make based on Dr. Tione's evidence with respect to the constitutional principle of separation of powers, if the Crown determines it's appropriate to do so.
I'm happy to leave it there.
Thank you. Let's keep moving.
So, in your report, and again, we're still just in that first chapter, you say Māori exclusion is seen across the public sector, and your report suggests exclusion is even more significant for Wahine Māori. You then go on to note there are instances where Wahine Māori leadership has statistically improved or has been on par with population projections. So it must be the case that where you say there is exclusion across the public sector, that exclusion is not total and it's not entirely across the public sector, it's partial.
I think we've acknowledged across today and within the report that there are examples of an increase in Wahine Māori throughout various parts of the public sector. The issue that we saw was that this increase was not necessarily related to the Crown's acknowledgement of or identification of Wahine Māori as being a historically excluded demographic group. And so for that reason, exclusion has been part of characterising the nature of the public sector as it being a core characteristic pre-1990 or historically of the way that Wahine Māori may or may not have been included or given access to the public sector.
You say you find in the report few examples of the Crown actively providing for Wahine Māori specifically to enable Wahine Māori guaranteed access to leadership roles. You accept, though, that there are methods other than mandated requirements that could enhance and improve Wahine Māori representation. Do you?
I'm not sure exactly what mandates you might be referring to, but perhaps if we go to the line of questioning that we just had from Council, I think there are examples of Wahine Māori and their whānau and communities promoting and supporting Wahine Māori to gain those roles, notwithstanding also the work that Wahine Māori individuals may have done to get there. But again, these are not the same as the Crown acknowledging and the exclusion of Wahine Māori from within the public sector as the public-facing environment from which they have established and therefore have exercised and administered various forms of public practice.
Crown evidence in due course will address relevant Crown policies and work programs, and to the extent that the Crown has acknowledged Wahine Māori. But I just want to confirm you're aware there are Crown policies and work programs which have been designed to enhance and increase participation of Wahine Māori in public sector leadership, even if they haven't been solely available to Wahine Māori alone. They've been available more widely.
In our report, as you'll know, we make mention of some of these initiatives, and we've discussed some of those throughout the day. But given that this claim is focused on the Rangatiratanga of Wahine Māori, our concern comes from, as you have just pointed out, that they have had a general approach to increasing leadership, for example, increasing participation. And again, to come back to my point, this is not the same as recognising a historical exclusion and how that maybe continue to exist, nor is it the same as identifying the specific role that Wahine Māori play as partners to Te Tiriti o Waitangi and enactors of Rangatiratanga.
Would you acknowledge that there have been government policies and processes that have been generic but have specifically improved the position of Wahine Māori?
There have been government policies and practices that may correlate with the increase in Wahine Māori representation or leadership. But again, the point being, without acknowledging specifically acknowledging Wahine Māori, there is no guarantee that will continue, or guarantee that it's not only a quantifiable increase, but also allows the ability for Wahine Māori to express their rangatiratanga or their iwi hapu o whānau.
On page 11, just in the middle paragraph, you talk about increases to the number of Wahine Māori who held leadership roles in the public sector since 1990. There are many likely contributing factors, including increased Māori access to tertiary education, significant national Māori protests which focused on and coincided with the revitalisation of Te Reo Māori, as well as increasing awareness of Te Tiriti. Would you accept that the Crown has, would you accept that some of these things have involved government intervention or Crown action?
We in the report, this was sort of contextual in nature, it would be amiss to not acknowledge that during the 90s there were numerous activities happening that were under the aspiration of Rangatiratanga. So I can't specifically point to the Crown's specific role in those examples. Those are merely there to provide some context and acknowledge that there are other factors. You will note that some of those factors are in fact protests against or towards the Crown as well. So there is a wider story within that.
I now had a few just very brief questions which touch on the sort of more historical part. So this is page 16. You, I think, surveyed material gathered during the tuapapa phase of the inquiry, as well as other records, and you draw some conclusions from that to then support the rest of your research. You talk about the various qualities that, this is pre-treaty, impacted the place of an individual in their community, including things like descent lines, aptitude, necessity and education. You quote from a number of secondary materials, including Jessica McLean, merely possessing the required physiology did not constitute a right to certain roles, perhaps the right to earn a right. You state aptitude and whakapapa lines have routinely been seen to trump gender when determining leadership. You then quote from a number of sources, women are frequently recognised as kaumatua in their own right amongst East Coast tribes, and in rare instances a female ariki was raised to queenly pomp and power. It occasionally happened that a well-born woman attained a high position in a tribunal owing to special qualities of mind and heart. And I'd just like to confirm what I take from this, which is that your report concludes that Wahine would be high-ranking when they had unique or special qualities, for example, in relation to descent lines or aptitude or necessity, but it was perhaps more common for Tāne to be leaders pre-treaty.
The point from all of that is that there is a diverse way in which Wahine may be rangatira or possess rangatiratanga, and we provide some of what that might look like, but by no means an exhaustive account of Wahine Māori as rangatira. But acknowledging that there are numerous elements or numerous realities which might put a wahine or a tāne, for that matter, or a gender diverse person into a position of leadership.
I perhaps wasn't clear. I mean, I'm trying to hook in particular to this idea of high ranking, the ariki, the senior rangatira that's talked about. Of course, there's been a lot of discussion this week about the many different forms of leadership in the Rangatiratanga and how those are exercised. This may be a more specific question about kind of your most senior roles. So I don't know if that would change your answer, that clarification.
I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure what you're asking me to reflect on.
My question is whether it was more common for Tāne to be high-ranking ariki rangatira pre-treaty than it was for Wahine, acknowledging that Wahine had rangatira in lots of different ways and held leadership roles in lots of different ways.
Our report doesn't make any conclusion around who was, men and women and the likelihood. In this part, we are simply presenting and honing in on the fact that there are numerous attributes that may be considered when Wahine hold rangatira. So I can't talk to if it's more common. or not. That wasn't the focus.
Thank you. You give some examples of wahine leaders, including Hine Pare and Hine Rupe of Ngāti Parau, Dame Whina Cooper of Te Rarawa and Taranaki Descent, and Te Rangi Topiora and Waitohi of Ngāti Toa and Ngāti Raukawa affiliation. And you argue wahine Māori were historically able to place themselves and be placed in positions of total authority. Now, the examples you give relate to particular iwi, hapu, whānau. Might it be the case that it was more acceptable or normal within particular iwi or hapu than others for wahine to hold positions of significant leadership?
That's not something we reflect on. Again, these were just some of the many examples of the different ways that wahine Māori have are rangatira or were rangatira, and it's definitely not my place to make any claims about how iwi and hapu may have done that. We don't do that today.
Now, going to page 22 and 23. We'll get out of chapter 1 soon, I promise. You argue there are high levels of discrimination faced by wahine Māori as leaders, including targeted racist and misogynist abuse, and you cite a number of examples and sources for this, news articles and accounts given by individuals. Did you identify any sources that could quantify the experience of abuse experienced by wahine Māori leaders as compared with other groups of the population?
In chapter 4 and 5, possibly, we do, there have been some studies of discrimination within the public sector, and we do cite these, and the same issues that we draw out in the part you've directed me to seem to be the same type of issues that were drawn out of those reports as well.
And then at 20...
Sorry, to your point of quantifying, there is a small amount of quantification, but I think in those reports that was done, it was qualified by the fact that it wasn't, you weren't required to respond to the survey. There are various methodological considerations, but we have presented some of that quantifying chapter 4.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Page 26 of that first chapter. You express concern that the report might be weaponised against tāne Māori, who might be seen as one of the significant barriers to wahine Māori access to leadership positions. And your evidence did not analyse the role of tāne, and you did not consider it important to your findings. Noting that, would you agree, however, that your report does find there are non-Crown actors, including Māori institutions, that have had a negative impact on the representation and participation of wahine Māori as leaders in some regards?
I don't think, I'm trying to run my mind through the report, I don't think we have an example of an organisation or where it is not a part of the Crown's mandate, or the Crown's influence, I should say. In terms of Māori organisations or individuals external to the Crown, we did not analyse those and their impact on wahine Māori, as far as I can recall at this moment.
We've had evidence this week of some of the challenges faced by wahine, for example, in some iwi aspects of mandating processes, for example. What I understand from your answer is that your report didn't look at the parts where the Crown wasn't involved, so you couldn't speak to, you wouldn't have anything further to add on that. Is that right?
Given the mission from the Waitangi Tribunal, we were asked to look specifically at where the Crown has mandate and influence. So that has been the focus.
Then, so page 27, so you say that some requests for information, this is about some of the limitations of your report, which you're candid about, that some requests for information to departments hadn't been fulfilled and that additional data might exist within ministries or local government, but it hadn't been received in time to utilise for the report. Can you clarify the specific information requests that you'd had that hadn't been fulfilled and the specific data sets that you hadn't been able to incorporate? I appreciate it might be quite a detailed question, so a response in writing is fine.
From memory, so for example, given there's really been a very ad hoc collection of ethnicity and gender statistics, within local governments, and there are 78 local governments throughout Aotearoa, we weren't able to get every single local government's their own collection of data that they might have, so that is one. And again, I can't say whether every local government holds that data. There were limitations to all of the. We may not have had access to all of the data, so I think we were just acknowledging that. But we did do, as was publicly available, as was fulfilled by various requests to ministries, to local governments, to Te Ohu Kaimoana, for example, to build the picture as closely as possible.
Thank you. We might follow up with a question in writing just to get a little more detail. There might be... And then one further sort of slightly more general question on the topic of data. So the Crown may bring evidence on some of these data concerns. I mean, you talk a lot about the issue of disaggregation of data, so not being able to get the Wahine and the Māori data all into one place to draw that out. As a general point, would you accept that now there is a lot of raw data which would include Wahine and Māori that could be through analysis, could get you to disaggregated information, but the analysis or reporting doesn't exist? I'm trying to understand if the issue is sort of the raw data that's collected or whether it's a concern about analysis and reporting.
I think at different times it was either or both. We did find some of the raw data, as you say, around ethnicity and gender, and where possible, we tried to combine some of that in our data sets. But this was not always available. So in Chapter 4, for example, there had not always been that level of data collection that occurred. But then at other times, there has been a collection. So like we've been talking about throughout the day, there is these oscillations around focus that is sort of partially characterised Wahine Māori in the public sector. In terms of analysis, again, the same thing is true. There maybe was some small analysis, and where possible, we've included this. So some of the stuff on local government from Jean Drage, apologies if I pronounced her surname wrong, provides a little bit of that disaggregated data, but again, that's not for the entire time period, 1990 to 2020.
Thank you. We again might ask for some of that in writing, just so that we can consider it further. So we've heard this week from claimant evidence of the significant impact one Wahine can have on a board, even if she's in a minority. I guess my question here is responding to the engagement you had with Ms. Hauraki about meritocracies and the concerns or perhaps suspicion you have of a merits-based appointment process. Do you think an assessment of merit is an appropriate part of an appointment process, even if it's not the whole thing?
Do you say is an appropriate part, or is it?
Is. So do you think an assessment of merit is an appropriate part of an appointment process?
I think what our report highlights is that there is a need for an appointment process, or there are benefits to an appointment process that is grounded in what wahine Māori and their whānau see as important or see as merits. And so I think how meritocracy can be defined within the Crown is from the Crown's distinction itself, and not from what wahine Māori may see as being the merits to leadership. So to answer your question, it's yes, merit should be a part of the questions that are asked, but it depends on whose merits and who is defining those merits and why.
Thank you. Now moving to chapter 2. I'm at page 29. About halfway down this page, you talk about the Westminster system of government being introduced. It was imported to New Zealand as part of establishing a dominant form of law and politics that was essentially aimed at superseding Māori political institutions at the time. Can you give examples of the particular Māori political institutions you're talking about there?
Iwi and Hapu.
And what leads you to the conclusion that the importation of the Westminster system was, you say, aimed at superseding Māori political institutions as opposed to merely establishing a familiar form of government for them? Because
the English version of the Treaty of Waitangi assumed that we ceded our sovereignty, and so enacting an assumption of sovereignty would mean directly disestablishing the systems of Rangatiratanga that existed. And so from the outset, with the assumption of sovereignty, the Crown made a purposeful decision to place their institutions above those of iwi and hapu and the exercise of Rangatiratanga.
You go on to say Māori were largely excluded from representation in central government from the outset and only gained minor inclusion through the establishment of the Māori seats in 1867. That minor inclusion that you refer to, this is just a question of clarification, so that's the 4 seats, the 4 Māori seats that were... Yeah.
Yes.
And just to be clear, this is in terms of representation in Parliament as members of Parliament, not... is that the case?
Yes.
Are you aware that in terms of voting rights, the Constitution Act 1852 granted the franchise to all men, including Tāne Māori, provided they met particular requirements, including landholdings?
Yes, but again, this was contextual. Our report was not a complete analysis of the pre-1990 situation. And perhaps to our earlier discussion at the start of the day, the land owning requirement is obviously an important factor. But again, we were just simply trying to provide some of the context to the early entry of Māori and then eventually Wahine Māori into as members of Parliament. Yeah.
Go to page 30, so just over the page. You had an exchange with my friend in relation to the role of the Women's Christian Temperance Union and the achievement of the franchise for Wahine Māori and Wahine Pākehā. And I recall it was put to you that access to Crown systems came at a cost for Wahine Māori. They had to compromise themselves. I suppose the clarification I'd like to put is that the Women's Christian Temperance Union was not in fact a government body, was it? It was an advocacy body.
Yes, but the point in that was that the issue here is around the vote, and the vote sits within the Crown's determinant of engagement in that form with a Crown structure. And so while the Women's Christian Temperance Union may not have been a Crown system itself, the purpose of that interaction was for engagement with the Crown through casting a vote.
My suggestion might be that it reflects something of the attitudes of society at the time, but it doesn't necessarily reflect a specific Crown policy or act or omission. So turning to page 31. So you talk here in the middle of the page that colonial society was unable to conceive of women as political leaders, solidifying colonial perceptions as experienced through the signing of the treaty that Wahine Māori were not community leaders. My question is whether there's a difference between political leadership in Parliament and community leadership. And in particular, I want to test, does it necessarily follow that Wahine Māori not being acknowledged as capable of sitting in Parliament, as Wahine Pākehā also weren't for some time, does that really reflect a view that they were not community leaders?
I'm sorry, I'm not quite following your question.
So your point here is that, as I understand it, and correct me, is that colonial society didn't view Wahine Māori as political leaders, and it was connected with the fact that they didn't view Wahine Māori as community leaders. And I guess what I'm suggesting is maybe that there's a difference that Wahine could be viewed as community leaders even if they weren't viewed as political leaders.
I'm not sure if I'm quite following what you're asking. So you're asking, is there a difference between being a community leader and a political leader?
Yes.
So the point we are making there, so it comes after our discussion of the Electoral Act, which states, among other things, no woman shall be capable of being nominated candidate. And so our connection there is that piece of legislation sits alongside some of the assumptions that were made about Wahine Māori in terms of signing Te Tiriti o Waitangi, when very few of us were offered Te Tiriti o Waitangi to sign. And in that action, and not recognising us as leaders of our communities, of our iwi and hapu, is sort of similar to not acknowledging that women, and this is the Electoral Act here is talking about women generally, we're not capable of being political leaders.
But it might be that women could be community leaders or leaders, even though they weren't political leaders, they could lead in other ways. Or both ways, or I think our use of the term community perhaps could be extended to be more specific to iwi and hapu leaders as well, which are in and of themselves political communities. Yeah. Thank you. And just turning over the page 32. So this is the top paragraph of 32, where you talk about that there were perhaps very few candidates, even after the ability for Wahine Māori to stand for Parliament was achieved. There were few candidates. And you give some reasons, some potential reasons at the bottom of that paragraph. This is how I understand it. The few women who stood tend to be more highly educated. Perhaps the reason why so few Wahine Māori stood for Parliament may have been because of access to education opportunities. That's sort of what I take from that, but I'd appreciate you clarifying that.
I mean, firstly, just a clarification, we state that Wahine Māori, records of Wahine Māori campaigning are rare. So there's highly likely, or there's the chance that there are more Wahine Māori who did campaign. We just weren't able to find those for this research. So that's a note on the record. The recording of. And then the other sort of qualification that I make about your second point around education is that the system of governance that the Crown had established by that point in Aotearoa was one that spoke to a certain set of requirements that were not grounded within Te Ao Māori. So while Wahine Māori may have been experts in various aspects of Māoritanga, of tikanga, of whatever it may have been, the system itself did not value those. And so perhaps the education is those who were privy to a state education at that time.
Was your research able to directly address the question of why there were so few candidates, or is it more that you've made an educated guess based on what you could find out about sort of context and circumstance at the time as to the potential reasons to why there were not many candidates as far as you could find?
It was, an educated guess, and also we leant on some who have done some of that research. And you can see those in the footnotes. Sandra Wallace is one, Freya Turney is another. But again, these are some of the contextual matters as opposed to where we spent a lot of our focus kind of analysing.
Thank you. So turning to page 34. And this is just a question of clarification. So at the second paragraph, second sentence, so the first sentence, there's been a steady increase in the number of Wahine Māori who have successfully won seats in central government elections.
Sorry, I think I might be, did you say page 34? I think I might be on.
34, yep, 34. It's under the heading Wahine Māori representation near the top of the page.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
No, catch you, bye. The point of clarification is just so between 1993 and 2022, it reads 33 Wahine Māori first became MPs. So I'm just interested in that language. So first became MPs. Is there a reason you've used that language and you haven't said elected?
There was not a specific reason. I mean, they were elected because that's the nature of how you become.
Thank you. And if we could go to page 37. Are you aware of what the approximate percentage of Wahine Māori in the general population now is?
At this current moment, no.
Sorry?
At this moment, no, I'm not.
Crown evidence can address some of that statistical information. My understanding, not wanting to give evidence from the bar, but it's around 8 or 9% of the current population. At the bottom of page 37, you talk about statistics for Wahine Māori as MPs, and it says the total number of MPs have a small amount of variation, but averages around 120, and the highest percentage of Wahine Māori politicians was 10% in 2017 and 2020. And there's been some discussion with, I think, the panel and with other council about the role of representation and its connection with Rangatiratanga. And my question is whether you would accept that representation and proportionate representation can be a part of or an expression of Rangatiratanga.
I think in some of the earlier kōrero, we did discuss representation as being an important part of moving towards Rangatiratanga, but not an end in itself. And so the weight given to the number of Wahine Māori also needs to be balanced out with the aspirations of Rangatiratanga that may sit alongside that.
Can we go to page 39? This is perhaps a general question about MMP. So you acknowledge in your report that MMP was a change which was implemented by the government, and it was one that resulted in your conclusion, significant improved representation for Wahine Māori. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Your report also says this was an unintended consequence, the improved representation. That's right?
Yes, and as I spoke to before, we evidenced that through looking at the reports in the lead up to the change to MMP, and noted that there was no specific identification of Wahine Māori as being an important reason for the change too.
The Royal Commission, one of the key reports leading to the introduction of MMP, was very clear that it thought MMP would improve Māori representation generally, didn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. And so is it really fair to say it was unintended if it was clear that it would improve representation for Māori, including Wahine Māori?
I think the issue comes back to, again, what we've talked about throughout the day, is that the experiences of Wahine Māori can look very different to the experiences of other Māori, of Māori generally. And so, given what we knew about representation within central government, and that Wahine Māori were severely underrepresented, suggests that only identifying Māori as a whole does not necessarily mean that it is in the best interests of Wahine Māori as a specific demographic.
Thank you. I'm conscious we're at tea time.
Yes, we're at 3:30, and I'm conscious that we need to give Ms. Dr. Tione her breaks. She's been at it for a long time today. So we will take the break now, but we will make it a 20-minute break, and we'll be back at 10 to 4 to recommence.
Your Honour, I don't want to hold up tea time. This is Mizu and East Hope speaking, but I would like an indication from the Crown. So that cross-examination has now been going for an hour, and we're not yet past Chapter 3. And so just if there could be some reflection as to how much longer the Crown needs. They were allocated 2 hours, because I also have some questions of re-examination. Not many at this stage. That may change over the next hour, but if I could have 10 minutes at the end, that would be appreciated.
Yes, thanks, Ms. Irwin Easthope. It was my expectation that you would have some re-examinations. So, Ms. Dean, are you able to give us an indication now, or do you want to confer with your colleagues and let us know after the break?
Well, my indication would be my clock has us only having done about 50 minutes or just over 50 minutes, so we might just have maybe that's not right. And we were planning to use the full 2 hours. It's a substantive report, so we certainly have another hour 10 in us. We would like the opportunity to provide questions in writing regardless, and so we're sort of at your honour's wishes in terms of how to do that.
All right. Again, with the Crown, just as I was with Claimant Council, you know, I'm reluctant to be limiting, but I would urge you to focus on you know, what you see as key issues in your questioning in person, and maybe if there are matters which are of more of detail that they can be dealt with in writing. Yeah. Okay, but maybe we can just clarify on the timing thing when we come back. Obviously, your clocks are...
we can call it 55 minutes.
Split the difference, yeah. Anyway, as I say, we'll be back at 10 to 4, please. Yeah. Tēnā koe, Miss Dean. How's, we're now at 10 to 4, so we are scheduled to be sitting until just before 5. Ms. Irwin Easthopes indicated she will need about 10 minutes for questions at the end. Are you going to be able to complete within that time?
We've had a discussion and we've tried to refocus as much as possible our approach to questions, so we hope to be done in the next hour.
All right, okay, so, all right, we're at shortly before 5. Thank you. All right, we've got everyone we need, even though the whare is pretty much empty. Carry on.
Kia ora, Dr. Tione. Can we now move to Chapter 4, so Wahine Māori access to Crown entities, bodies and boards? My first question is on page 87, and it's really a matter of clarification. As had been raised by Ms. Ngarimu from the panel, there are some terms of art throughout this chapter that are worth being very clear about what we mean. So I just want to clarify a few things in the paragraph at the bottom of page 87. So in that paragraph, you talk about Crown boards being responsible for governing and advising New Zealand's Crown entities. So you're talking about Crown entity boards there, aren't you?
Yes.
And the board's role is to hold the chief executive accountable and to monitor its performance and use of funds. So you're talking about the chief executive of that Crown entity, aren't you? You then say the chair of the board is responsible for communication between the board and the responsible minister of the Crown entity and the monitoring department. So you're talking about the chair of the board of the Crown entity.
Yes.
Yeah. And then lastly, Crown boards are designed to manage and make decisions about the direction and resourcing of many public service agencies. My question for you on this was what you meant by public service agencies there. So Crown boards are designed to manage, make decisions about the direction and resourcing of many public service agencies.
Sorry, you're asking for me to, can you just repeat the question to me?
Just clarify in that third sentence what you mean by public service agencies. I understood this as being Crown boards of Crown entities, which are entities legally separate from the Crown, and I didn't quite understand how it was that they made decisions and managed the direction and resourcing of many public service agencies.
Your Honour, sorry, this is Ms. Irwin Easthopes again. I might have misheard, but I understood Ms. Dean to say that Crown entities are not legally part of the Crown. Now, of course, we're all well aware of the Stafford line of decisions that relates to that, but I just think we need to be careful about the propositions or legal propositions that we're putting to this witness. And so I think the question really is, what is Dr. Tione meaning by public service agencies? Is that what you're getting at, Ms. Dean? I don't want Dr. Tione's answer to be accepting a legal proposition about what is and what isn't the Crown.
Yes, that's fair. I mean, to be clear, we're talking about Crown boards of Crown entities in that, so we don't need to get into the legal status perhaps of Crown entities, but they're a specific sort of thing. But yes, so the question is what's meant by public service agencies in that particular paragraph. Which public service agencies?
Well, as we kind of discuss later on in that chapter, that the answer to that question is vast. There are numerous agencies which sit within that. We provide in the appendices a list of what we're referring to in terms of these different ones. But given the nature of the public sector and the vastness of the public sector, we use that to refer to the agencies through which the Crown administers and holds various kind of public service decision-making roles. In response to your kind of beginning to this section, as I discussed earlier with Whaikim Ngāri Mu, I'm happy to go through and make some of these qualifications as pointed out. So and receive some of the feedback.
That would be helpful. Turning to page 89. And so in this section, you're setting the landscape a little bit, the different kinds of Crown entities, Crown-governed entities, bodies, boards, the public service. The top of page 89, you talk about statutory Crown entities and the different kinds. But I'd just like to ask whether you acknowledge that there are other kinds of entities that the Crown appoints to, not just Crown entities of the kinds listed there.
The list that we provide is not exhaustive, and again, we provide some of the lists in the appendices from Te Kawa Mataho, which give the basis for what we're considering broadly in this chapter.
And your report talks about the appointment process for Crown entity boards, but would you acknowledge that there are appointment processes for these other kinds of boards as well, which your report doesn't go into in detail?
For matters that our report doesn't go into in detail, I wouldn't want to comment on those at this point.
And then just a quick clarification. So in the middle of the page, you have the heading Public Service Board Appointments, and then the subsequent section talks about Crown Entity Board processes. And so just to be clear, we're talking about the Crown Entity Board appointments there as distinct from the public service. We're talking about the appointments to those Crown Entity Boards.
Yes.
Yeah. And then if we could go to page 92. So in this section, you talk about a range of factors you identify as influencing decision-making about board appointments, including affinity bias, which is one that was picked up in discussion earlier. Did you, in your research, you've looked generally at these kinds of factors and the kinds of role they have in a general way, influencing decisions to appoint, but did you, or were you able to find any research on the direct impact of these factors in the appointment processes for Wahine Māori?
We provide some anecdotal accounts of how Wahine Māori experience these appointment or processes or selection procedures, and some of those speak to factors such as feeling like they were inadequate or not having the kind of the breadth of what the position was requesting, and so not applying. Some of it talk to some of the whakamā that can come with going for certain positions, going for promotion. Some of the anecdotal evidence examined or discussed broadly some of the perceptions of Wahine Māori and the discrimination that might come, both based on ethnicity and or gender. And so these kind of fill in the picture of what those factors might look like for individual wahine in those reports.
Thank you. If we can look at page 98 now. In the middle paragraph, you talk about Cabinet's 2018 target of 50% for women's representation, which was achieved in 2020 and every successive year since. You go on to say these targets and the associated reporting failed to consider ethnicity and did not mention or report on rates of Wahine Māori representation. But the stock take that's done by the Ministry for Women does do that, does it not? It reports on rates of Wahine Māori representation.
I will need to review
I can put it in writing if you'd like to come back.
Yeah, sorry, I will need to review the document for that. I'm sorry, I don't have it at the top of my head.
All good. And then page 99, just over the page. At the very bottom of that, you talk about some of the initiatives. You talk about the Ministry for Women's Nomination Service. And at the bottom of that paragraph, you talk about Manatu Wahine, Ministry for Women, and the Ministry of Māori Development having two separate nomination services. And your comment is that the unique skills and contributions of Wahine Māori are not immediately identifiable or accessible or in one or either nomination service. And I suppose I'd put it to you, but are they not available in both?
Yes, but the point in that is that there is a different incentive behind what each of those ministries is trying to collect and analyse. And so while they may both be available, the use of our term immediately is sort of key there, and that it's not the level of analysis that is prioritised or incentivised given the two nomination services within those two ministries.
Thank you. Turning to page 104. So at the top of page 104, again, we're talking about the 50% target that was achieved in 2020, and the comment made that it's disappointing that an ethnicity lens was not applied to these targets. And I just wanted to understand what you meant by an ethnicity lens, whether you meant a specific target for particular ethnic groups, for example.
Here we were talking about the lens through how that data might have been analysed, and in particular analysis of that through understanding Wahine Māori representation.
So it's more the analysis and reporting that you're talking about there rather than a target itself?
Well, both really. That the need to understand both, as I've mentioned throughout the day, understanding the landscape needs to come forward as sort of the first step towards then the analysis of that. So.
And can we now go to page 112? So I've just got some questions and I'll try to wrap up and hand over to my colleagues about your research on Wahine Māori representation in public sector leadership roles. So page 112. You acknowledge on page 112 there's been an increasing trend in women in Māori representation in senior leadership positions. You then over the page start to talk about some of the specific statistics on this. At the bottom of page 113, you're talking about statistics of Māori in senior management positions recorded from 1998. And I wanted to clarify, and you might need to come back in writing on this, the statistic that you give at the very bottom of that page, which is that there were only 0.02% of senior managers who identified as Māori women. And my understanding of that figure is that that's to represent 29 senior managers out of 1,163 earlier in the paragraph. And I just wonder if that might be 2%, not 0.02, but it might be something you need to check in writing.
Yes, I will confirm that in writing, but this was actually put to me earlier, and I'll just need to recalculate that. So thank you for highlighting that.
Thank you. And then page 122.
So it's in this section you look at various statistics of, again, managers in a number of different ways. So I can take you to 124, and the top paragraph at the bottom, you do some analysis, and then you say that the percentage, you said that there is a pervasive trend of underrepresentation of Wahine Māori in management roles. My question was whether you had identified, so you've given particular statistics here, so 9.7% Wahine Māori managers. Did you identify what proportion of Wahine Māori staff there were in total? I suppose I'm asking to understand whether you thought about it as a proportionate. I think you've compared Wahine Māori managers to other different managers, but have you compared it to the proportion of staff?
We do discuss some of the staff, the proportion of staff in parts of the report. I can't recall off the top of my head that in relation to this particular statistic. So I wonder, given the time of the day, if I could respond to those statistics.
Yes, of course. Yeah, we can put that in writing. So it's the statistics I think you included here were 9.7% in 2012 of managers were Wahine Māori, and in 2022 it was 11 to 12%, I think. But yeah, I can ask the question in writing. And the other, I'll just ask one more. Perhaps I'll just leave it there for now, and we will have some questions in writing on particularly some of that detail around the data, and to say that the Crown, that there have been Crown appointment stock takes since 2020, which of course is outside of the scope of your report, which will include in Crown evidence. Thank you very much for your time. I'll hand over to my colleague now.
Thank you, Ms. Dean. Who's up next?
Am I visible okay? Yep. Tēnā koe, Dr. Tione. My name is Maria Deliani. I'm another one of the lawyers representing the Crown. I have just a few questions on Chapter 3 and Chapter 5. Most of the questions we will ask you in writing, if that's okay, only in the interest of saving time. First of all, would you acknowledge that, looking now at Chapter 3, would you acknowledge, in terms of a general comment, that the overall theme throughout the timeframes in question, 1990 to 2020, so that's 30 years, significant progress appears to have been made in terms of Wahine representation and leadership in local government. So that's positive news in that respect. Would you acknowledge that?
Within the timeframe 1990 to 2020, I think the answer to that question is not as clear-cut as a yes or no. While we provide some short discussion of the sort of 2022 and the changes to legislation that then did inform a significant increase in Wahine Māori representation. I don't know if this is typical of that entire 30-year period, and that there has been a sort of consistent upward trend. I think there are some examples of where increase did occur, and we've discussed that today already in terms of the 3 Māori boards that existed prior to the 2022 election, which show some increase. But again, as we premise within this chapter, Given there are 78 local governments across Aotearoa and there's no requirement for governments to record ethnicity and or gender, or for the purposes of this Wahine Māori representation, it would be the answer to your question is a far more complicated one than yes, I would agree or not. I think it depends where you look, which local government you are analysing, and in what year you might be considering that.
Okay. So if I could take you now to page 61. You talk there about the Municipal Corporation Act 1876, which gave all ratepayers the right to vote and stand in local body elections. And it didn't distinguish, as you note, between Māori or Pākehā or between women or men. So theoretically, Wahine Māori have been able to participate in and vote in local government since 1876. You would agree with that?
Only to the point that if they were a ratepayer, a landowner. So again, like I've been asked a couple of times throughout today, my report's not analyse in depth that relationship between land ownership and rate paying, but there is the caveat, as I put in there, of that being a requirement.
Also a clarification on this page a little bit further down. You say, since that time, women as councillors have faced significant challenges as elected representatives. Here, are you referring to all women, not just Wahine women? This is a clarification question.
Here, we're referring to all women, and we give the example of Graham Bush's assessment of local government, but also I would add to that while this in particular is talking about all women generally, and some of the work that Jean and Jage have done is in terms of documenting women has been because that recognition of the challenges that all women have faced within local government, but also later on in that chapter and also in parts of our introduction, we talk to the specific challenges that Wahine Māori have faced. And so we cite Jill Day, for example, Tamitha Paul, and some of their experience as being facing challenges as both Wahine and Māori.
From pages 66 to 77, you set out various statistics and tables to show how Wahine Māori fared in various local elections over the time period. One factor of note, which I would like you to comment further on, is that it seems in areas where there is a relatively high Māori population, such as in Opotiki and Wairoa, these areas consistently didn't elect Māori, let alone Wahine Māori, to council. Can you shed any further light on why that might be?
Again, like many of the answers, questions like that, is that it's complex, and we deal with some of those complexities within the report. Some of those ideas around the development of local government as a structure that had initially been exclusive for Māori, perhaps is one of those considerations. There is some research around local governments at times not reflecting the type of leadership that Māori may need or want. I think also when we look at the Māori ward situation, there is the potential for some highly volatile conversation and debate circulating local government. And so some of these might be part of the factors, but I will extend on that by saying that even though representation had been low, this doesn't mean that Wahine Māori were not trying to win some of those seats, and we give the example in Waikato as how that happened, and also flow on from when Māori wards are established, Wahine Māori are taking up those seats.
Do you think it would be worthwhile to compare the iwis in these areas and the different treatment potentially of Wahine Māori in the different iwis?
I'm not sure. What do you mean by the different treatment?
Is it different tikanga perhaps? Is that a potential factor?
I couldn't comment on that. I think
so your research didn't look at that.
We did not look at the tikanga of different iwi and hapu.
Sorry, I'm going pretty fast because I'm conscious of time. Thank you. So more generally, your conclusions appear to assume that, and I know you don't like the word quota, so guarantee, that guarantees are the only, I mean, you say you don't make any recommendations and that's accepted, but your report does have conclusions, and from your conclusions, an assumption is that guarantees seem to be the only solution, and you don't explore any other options in your report, do you?
I mean, I'm not sure that a guarantee is an option per se. It is a suggestion of what the structure of structural change that ensures continuity and the sustainable representation of Wahine Māori. Like I've sort of mentioned, we don't make any specific recommendation of what the structural change should be, but we suggest that if a structural change is the outcome, then it needs to ensure continuity or a guarantee of that ongoing Wahine Māori representation.
Yes, and you haven't engaged in any analysis on the potential consequences of such action, such guarantee, like a risk-benefit analysis, for example. Your report doesn't cover this kind of analysis, does it?
No, that wasn't the focus of our report.
You state that it's a success where there are Wahine Māori in leadership positions, and yes, in and of itself, theoretically, that must be a good thing. However, you do not provide any analysis on how successful these appointments have been over the time period. The actions that were achieved, were these people re-elected, popularity rates, the sort of things that you would normally look at in terms of measuring the success of particular leadership positions and people in them.
Well, we do show the re-election of numerous Wahine Māori. So in this local government chapter, for example, the wards, we do show that Wahine Māori are re-elected across the number of elections that had Māori wards, which suggests that Māori voters were happy with the way that this leadership was happening, or is happening. So we don't go as far as to engaging with public perceptions of those Wahine Māori, but I think that simply seeing that Wahine Māori, when they have been elected into those Māori wards and then are elected again and again in the case of Wairua and Waikato Bay of Plenty, that suggests that, as I say, that the constituents are happy with the job that Wahine Māori are doing in those positions.
Yes, and you set out those re-elections. Is that at the table at page 69? Is that what you're referring to? The Waikato Regional Council and the Wairua District Council examples?
Yes, and the Bay of Plenty as well, which is the longest standing Māori constituencies. And then you can see we've bolded Wahine Māori, and you can see their re-election.
Yes. But these are the only examples that you use in terms of measuring any success rates.
In this way, yes, and partly this has been because, as I mentioned earlier, there have not been consistent data collection by each local government, and engage with the 78 local governments over 30 years is a massive data set to see pre-election. I'm just trying to think whether I can point you to any other examples which show, if I understand it, you're trying to show how the benefits of wahine Māori being elected to council and how this is perceived by the public.
Yes, it's just another, it's the reverse of the coin, if you like, the other side of a coin.
Yeah. Yeah, nothing is springing to mind at the moment in terms of how that's illustrated in the report.
If you would like us to put that in writing and you can think further, that's fine as well. That's the end of my questioning on that chapter. If we could move now to chapter 5, please, on Te Oho Whakatupu and the Manatū Wahine Ministry for Women, that chapter. Firstly, I will note that the Crown intends to file evidence from Manatū Wahine, which will address many of the points you raise in Chapter 5, as well as engagement with the Māori Women's Welfare League. I will just, therefore, just focus on a few questions, if I may, mainly on clarification. At page 141, 142, you say that in respect of the kuia being nominated by their iwi representative group, who then submitted their nominations to Te Oho Whakatupu to ensure diverse representation of wahine Māori. However, you then say that there was this approach brought with it underlying tensions, right? Do you recall, or can you see that in your report? At page 141, top of 142?
Sorry, if I can just... Yes, so is your question about what the tensions were? I'm sorry.
Yes. Also, why it was felt necessary to have such a policy of nomination in the first place. So yes, the tension and where the policy of nomination came from in the first place.
Okay, I can't actually recall where the policy of nomination comes from, but the tension, as we spell out in the report, was from the need for those nominees to have been endorsed by the recognised entity. And I think the broader issue there, and it speaks to some of the kōrero that we've had throughout the day, has been on the Crown's recognition or the legal status of iwi representative boards, and that this still played a role, that legal entity, and the example we give is the Tainui Trust Board, still held some power in terms of who might be engaged with which kuia might be put up as nominees to this forum.
And what was the tension about?
Well, as we spell out here, it was around Ngāti Te Ata, who hadn't had their nomination approved by the Tainui Trust Board. I cannot speak to the intricacies of that pension, rather that it was just a part of the account.
Okay. Moving on to page 151. Under the heading Gradual Dissolution of Te Oho Whakatupu, you talk about the obvious and frustrating pay inequalities between the Te Oho Whakatupu staff and other policy workers in the Ministry of Women's Affairs.
Are we just at the... I'm sorry, I'm not quite keeping up.
Page 151, sorry about the speed.
Gradual dissolution of Te Oho Whakatupu? Is that where we are?
So right at the bottom, you talk about the wahine Māori directly employed with Te Oho Whakatupu faced other issues also at this time, with Carol Thompson commenting on the obvious and frustrating pay inequality between Te Oho Whakatupu staff and other policy workers in the ministry. Do you see that?
Yes.
And the footnote that you referred to is from a broadsheet article from 1989, which you do refer to quite a bit in your research. My question is, do you have, or did you look at any more recent sources or information in respect of any pay inequalities?
We do provide some pay inequity discussion in the earlier chapter. In terms of in that particular time during the dissolution of Te Ohu Whakatupu, I would need to go and check those earlier statements around the those earlier findings around 2003.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm just checking which questions can come in writing to you. I've only got like 2 or 3 more if you just bear with me.
Yeah, so I mean, if you just focus on what are your key issues and any matters of detail in writing, perhaps, if that's of any help.
Just about the section on the Māori Women's Welfare League, which is begins sort of at page 169, and you state at the bottom of page 169 that the Māori Women's Welfare League has been a consistent source of advice and connection for government in general and the Ministry of Women's Affairs specifically. Reflecting on your research, on the research that you have done, can you comment on whether the Māori Women's Welfare League is a representative of all Māori women in New Zealand?
I think the Māori Women's Welfare League has worked exceptionally hard to engage numerous communities throughout Aotearoa, and that's accounted for the fact that there are rōpū across Aotearoa, Māori Women's Welfare League rōpū across Aotearoa, which seek to engage with that. I don't think it would be fair to suggest that any Māori representative group is reflective of all the diverse experiences that Māori or Wahine Māori have. However, in making that point, they do hold, I think, a unique position in Aotearoa in the fact that they connect to whānau Māori communities in a way that we haven't seen specific, or we don't have any other specific Wahine Māori example. I think while, again, that it's, there is not a homogenous way to, or a homogenous body that represents all Māori or all Wahine Māori, the aspirations that the Māori Women's Welfare League have developed and worked towards are to reflect the diverse experiences of Māori, and so that and recognise that diversity exists within our communities.
I do not doubt the good work that they do. And then just quickly, 2 clarification questions following the cross-examination, or the interaction you had with my learned friend, Ms. Clark. One of them being that you agreed that with Ms. Clark's submission that prior to 1990 there was no acknowledgement by the Crown on the position of Wahine Māori. Is that correct?
In terms of a specific piece of legislation or policy incentive that would specifically encourage or enable greater access to decision making. While prior to 1990, there may have been mention of Wahine Māori, but there was no structural example that we could point to that brought us into the 30-year time frame that we analysed.
But of course you would acknowledge that the Ministry of Women's Affairs was set up in 1984, and that it had a particular Māori unit for women, a Māori woman set up. You acknowledge that, don't you?
Yes, sorry, I should make that qualification. Our report was asked to do 1990 to 2020, but as we point out in a couple of places, we have expanded those boundaries. So that one to the within the 1980s, and then also the local government chapter through to 2022. I think the overarching point, though, is that 10-year period, 1980 to 1990, still doesn't account for the existence of the Crown prior to that and any structural changes or that they have implemented in that historical period. But yes, that's correct. There is a 1980s example.
Okay, and finally from me, another clarification from the earlier exchange you had with my friend Ms. Clark. Can you comment on the assertion that was made that the Crown stopped engaging with Mana Wahine for a 15-year period following the dissolution of Te Ohu Whakatupu? or the policy void as it was termed. Have you specifically looked at what happened between that 15 years? Has your research touched on any engagement of the Crown with mana wahine during that period?
Yes, and as I talked about with Ms Clark earlier, we noted a significant drop in the reference to or focus on wahine Māori in that 15-year period. And we do detail within Appendix C and slightly within the chapter as well, some of what that mentioned, some of what the Crown's position on wahine Māori had looked like. But from the tables that we put together for this report, we noted that there was specific deficit language. There was very little that engaged with a structural change to support wahine Māori leadership within the public sector. So yes, there was still some mention of wahine Māori, but it was not the same as having te oru whakatupu or the runanga queer, where there was some momentum towards developing policy by wahine Māori for wahine Māori and our communities.
Thank you for answering my questions, and I'll pass you on to the third member of our team.
Ngā mihi.
Tēnā koe, Dr. Te One. My name is Rosie Grierson. I'm the third counsel for the Crown. I just wanted to ask you a few questions about Chapter 6 of your report, and I will try to just touch on the key points, and there may be some other details that I will put in writing, if that's okay, just in the interest of time. Firstly, I wanted to ask about how you measured wahine Māori representation in that chapter. So you note, as part of your research, that you reviewed 70 deeds of settlement that were passed into legislation between 1990 and 2020, and the number of wahine Māori signatories to those deeds of settlement. Is this the only quantitative data you considered in respect of wahine Māori representation in the treaty settlement process?
We also set those that data in relation to wahine Māori sitting in Parliament at the times that those pieces of Treaty of Waitangi settlements were passed. And so we had collected that data and that quantifiable data and put that alongside to ascertain to what extent within the voting of treaty settlements wahine Māori were contributing to those discussions, those debates. And we provide a very small snapshot of some of the things. The Ngaia Mahuta is one of what was said during, as an example of what might have been said by wahine Māori in those claims.
That might be a good time to ask my question on that, because I did have a question of clarification, as it wasn't clear to me the connection between those two statistics or those two issues, the number of wahine Māori signatories and the number of wahine Māori MPs at the time treaty settlement deeds were passed. Could you just provide a little bit more information about that?
So in the years that each of these settlements were passed into legislation, we put those against the number of, or the wahine Māori who were in Parliament at the time as members of Parliament, to ascertain how much or whether there was any wahine Māori voice in the passing of those.
Thank you. At page 182 of your report, you note the signing of the settlement deeds that you reviewed as an indication of the input of Wahine Māori in negotiations and settlement leadership. In other words, you consider that the number of Wahine Māori signatories to those 70 deeds of settlement is reflective of the level of Wahine Māori representation and participation in the treaty settlement process. Is that correct?
No, not quite. As we talk about in that chapter, and as I discussed earlier with Professor Tuhiwai Smith, we recognise that this is only a very small part of the entirety of treaty settlements, and you will have seen that we acknowledge that treaty settlements are often generational in their scope. There are numerous moving parts. There are numerous representatives, and as I've talked about earlier with Professor Tuhiwai Smith and also others, we noted this, and again we noted it in the conclusion as being one of the key parts that further research needed to be done, but that research needed to be done in collaboration or relationship with the different iwi who were involved. So we made the decision that not to do a specific case study and put this. So I wouldn't say quite how you'd put it, but our report is just at the very end of the settlement process, and we understand that is just a small part of the process, but thought, as I discussed earlier, that there is some symbolic, perhaps more than symbolic connection with that and the signing of Te Tiriti o Waitangi itself.
In terms of the focus on the settlement, that part of the settlement process, as part of your research, did you consider the variety of ways in which Wahine Māori might participate, and in particular the different roles that Wahine Māori may have held in the treaty settlement process other than as a signatory to a deed of settlement? For example, as mandated representatives, negotiators or chairs of mandated entities, but also the unofficial roles that Wahine Māori may have held?
Sorry, I'm just pausing just because I do think Dr. Tione has now answered this question probably about 3 times, albeit not in the way that council has framed it. So I'm sure that Dr. Tione can answer it again, but I am just getting a little bit more conscious of time. Of course, there was the interchange also with Professor Tuhiwai Smith earlier this morning about that point. So just conscious of time, but equally happy for Dr. Tione to answer again if she needs to.
All right. Well, my suggestion would be that you review. How are you going to do that? Look at the live stream. But certainly that question has been posed in several ways, and I think generally the response has been there may well have been, but there just is no information about that.
Yes.
And it's also Ms. Ngarimu asked the question about on the Crown side as well, in terms of, Crown negotiators, those who were working in the settlement space on the Crown side as well. So, we have approached that from several vantage points.
Yes. I was hoping to flesh it out, but it might be better to put it in writing once.
Clear as to what the additional element is that you're looking to sort of pull out there? Can you sort of put that into words?
Yeah, I suppose I was sort of trying to get into that discussion about the different ways in which Wahine Māori exercise authority at different levels and perhaps the nuance of that, but very happy to move on.
I think generally there was an acknowledgement of that, unless I've got that wrong.
That's my recollection, Your Honour, and it may be that after a review of the transcript, and yes, don't want to intervene too much, but certainly also don't want a very long list of questions for Dr. Tione to answer. So it may just be in the normal course of things, Council review the transcript and then, reflect further on whether there's any further nuance to be added.
Yep, happy with that approach. I did have a question just about the methodology for collecting some of the anecdotal evidence that you refer to, particularly the interviews you refer to in Chapter 5. But I think that might be better suited in writing, just so you're able to reflect and maybe provide a bit more detail, and I'll move on. At page 178 of your report, you talk about how the settlement process has been an ongoing source of concern for Māori, and that some of this concern over settlements has stemmed from the preference for the Crown to engage with the largest natural grouping. And you go on further to say there has been ongoing concern that the requirements for settlement mandates and voting have not been able to fully encapsulate the diverse views of iwi and hapu members. I just wanted to clarify quickly what requirements for settlement mandates and voting you're referring to here, and if you're just referring to the large natural groupings policy or other Crown policies or actions.
In this, we're referring to some work from Maria Barge, where she engaged with the voting, or rather the ways that settlements are required to engage with the iwi or hapu populations, and sort of that voting as a mechanism to put forward a view can be limiting within the confines of what the Crown expects from settlements. And so there is concern that voting simply for the outcome of a settlement might not fully encapsulate the diverse views of iwi and hapu. And of course that accounts for some of the exclusion or the critique that we also include in that part around the control that the Crown has over the settlements process itself and the various at various points in settlement.
Thank you. So you're referring to the processes by which voting might occur, is that correct? Rather than the general policy. Okay, thank you.
As an example. So again, this part of the report is to acknowledge and give some shape to the various critiques around how iwi and hapu are expected to engage in the settlements process. Part of that, as we've talked about today, has been in relation to the largest natural grouping, but it also extends into the processes of engagement of membership that are expected of representatives, but also of the communities of the membership. The reference that I provide in there speaks in more depth to some of those concerns, or the references, I should say.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I'm conscious that I have about 5 minutes left. Apologies, it's not helpful to my time. I'm just trying to. Perhaps this is probably something that I could quickly clarify with you. It's in regards to the table 6.1, which is on page 183, and that table appears. So you've set out the treaty settlement deeds that you had reviewed and the total number of signatories in one column and the total and the number of wahine signatories in the next column. And then at page 185, you go on to say, as demonstrated by the table, and there were no deeds of settlement that had only wahine Māori signatories. And I just wanted to clarify if this is correct, because you go on to say that some of the deeds of settlement were only signed by a single person, such as the Waikato Raupatu claim, which was signed by a wahine, and then the table also indicates that there were also two signatories for the Rangitane or Manawatu deed of settlement, which also appear to both be wahine. And I think it's also the case for Ngāti Awa Pukahu deed of settlement, where there was a single signatory that also appears to be a wahine. And I just wanted to clarify this inconsistency.
Yeah, sorry, I have actually highlighted that in my review of it, that I had made that error there. So the total numbers are different, but still a significantly less wahine Māori signatories in that. But yes, thank you for pointing that out. And I can amend that.
I also wanted to ask, but I think this question has probably been answered already, and I may just put the remaining questions in writing, just as I'm conscious I have 2 minutes and scrambling to try and prioritise what I have left, if that's okay.
I think that's probably a good decision, Ms. Grayson. So, I mean, as you know, you will have the opportunity to put those questions. Yeah, that's probably a good place to finish the Crown Cross examination. And tomorrow I'll give the timeframes for that process. So we're going to pass over to Mizzou and host East Hope, who is going to deal with any issues of re-examination.
Thank you, Your Honour, and just given the calibre of Dr. Tione's answers, I don't have many questions, 4 or 5. So, Dr. Tione, the first question is, you had an interchange with my friend Ms. Dixon for the Māori Women's Welfare League about structures, and Ms. Dixon put a proposition to you that you'd agree that the design and fulfilment of those structures must come for Wahine Māori primarily in order to uphold Rangatiratanga. So those structures must be driven by Wahine Māori primarily, and you gave an answer to that, but then Ms. Dixon also asked you, and the Crown must support that, and I don't think you quite answered that. So could you give a view on whether you think the Crown must support Wahine Māori involvement for the redesign of those structures?
Yes, I think if for Rangatiratanga to be both maintained but also expressed within a Crown setting, then the Crown has to give Wahine Māori, in this case the Māori Women's Welfare League was used as an example, the ability to help shape that structure.
Thank you. My next question is in relation to an interchange that you had with one of my friends from the Crown, and the question was put to you, or perhaps the proposition, would you acknowledge that there have been government policies that have been generic to women but have specifically improved the position of Wahine Māori? Now, you gave an answer to that question, and I wonder if you could also comment on the relevance of te tiriti or Waitangi to the Crown's role with respect to Wahine Māori in this context, i.e. this notion that, well, if we've got a generic policy which is of benefit to women generally, then there will be improvements for Wahine Māori, but what is the relevance of te tiriti in that context?
So the relevance of Te Tiriti is that Māori, including Wahine Māori, would maintain and have the ability to grow Rangatiratanga, whatever that, however that may look. And so that is different than a general position on women. And that is not to take away from the need for other women to have access, but actually it's a different conversation for Wahine Māori, which is one about Rangatiratanga, which is specific to Wahine Māori and not to other women.
Thank you. Next question is also in relation to an interchange that you had with one of my friends from the Crown, and it was in the context of the suffrage movement. Crown Council said or made an observation that in relation to Wahine Māori involvement in that movement and your comment that, or your finding in the report that Wahine Māori had to make compromises within that context, including quite physical compromises of not wearing moko kauwai, for instance. And the comment from my friend for the Crown was, well, I'll put it to you that it reflects a certain societal view at the time rather than a Crown policy. And now you didn't make any comment on that. Could I ask you to comment on whether you think it is as simple as that? So, you know, whether it reflects a certain societal view in the context of the suffrage movement and the purpose of that movement of seeking the right to vote?
No, I don't think it's as simple as that, because we know that the establishment of British informed governance in Aotearoa was entwined with the colonial societal changes that have come sort of hand in hand. The public service or the public sector and how it's developed does not sit externally to what is happening in society. Ideally, they are responding and talking to each other, that those things are changing and shifting and responding. And so to suggest that a movement like the example that you give is solely a societal factor doesn't give weight to actually the connections that the public sector has with those communities.
Thank you. And final question. Crown Council, and this is sort of towards the end of the Crown questions, put a proposition to you that you haven't done a risk-benefit analysis of a guarantee for Wahine Māori representation. And it just sort of took me back to a question that Crown Council asked of another witness earlier in the week, which was along the lines of sort of who misses out if a Wahine Māori is appointed. Now, just stepping back from that question, in the context of that, do you wish to comment on the role of Te Tiriti in the notion of continuing Wahine Māori representation?
I think, sorry, could you just rephrase my statement? Yeah.
So if you've got a context of a question that, well, you haven't done a risk-benefit analysis of a guarantee for Wahine Māori, and who misses out if a Wahine Māori is appointed to a particular position. So in the context of those questions, do you want to comment on the role of Te Tiriti in the notion of Wahine Māori representation vis-a-vis other groups, for example?
I think in a similar vein to my previous answer is that Te Tiriti o Waitangi is about Rangatiratanga and ensuring that the partnership between the Pāwana and Māori is one that fully encapsulates Rangatiratanga. So it is a different conversation to what might be had in terms of other wahine or all wahine, and also I think a responsibility of the Crown to ensure that if partnership is the basis from which they want to engage with Māori, then that partnership needs to include wahine Māori.
Thank you, Dr. Tione, and me mihi ka tika ki a koe i tō i o whakaro, i o rāroa. Those are my questions, Your Honour, and I'll hand it back to the panel. Thank you very much.
Nā mihi, Ms. Ewan Easthope. I te ure o te atiawa no runga i te rangi, tēnā koe. Aha ko he mahanga pātai, aha ko he ro te wā. Ko tau koe, ka marama hoki o whakautu. E mihi atu ki a koe e tēnei mahi whakahirahira, mō tō koha ki tēnei pākirihua. Tēnā koe. So thanks, Dr. Tione. It's been a long day for somebody who is making their first appearance in the tribunal in this capacity. I think you've held up pretty well under sustained questioning. So congratulations, and thank you very much for this body of work which you have prepared for the tribunal. We've come to the end of the day. Before we close, are there any matters that Council wishes to raise? Is there anyone online? All right. Okay. Ko mutu te nuhunga mo te rānei, e te piaupa, ki a koe.
Tēnei ka mihi kau ki a tātou, ko tutuki ngā mahi o te rā, ko oti ngā mahi o te rā. Ngā mahi o tēnei rā, ka umai, ka taumai, ka paimai ki uta. Whakairi ake ki te whare, wai o mo te rā popo, tōna whakatutukitanga. Wana tō wahanga ki hau, he poto o tēnei karakia, ka tuku a tātou ki hāreru ki te rangi Māori e. Tuku a mātou e te atu ki hāreru rungi tau rangi Māori, rungi tau aroha noi, rungi tau maramatanga, rungi te ngā kauta tū, ko ti e te Tribunal o Waitangi, te ata whakarongo, te ata wānanga, te ata whakaaro, ngā kororo i puta, i roto i tēnei rā. Tuko katoa mātou ki hārerungi tau pai, tau koa, me tau hari, i runga te ingoa te matua, te tama me tu wairua tapu. Āmene. Pai.